Is now in public session. We're joined today by the Controller and Auditor General Seamus McCarthy as a permanent witness to the committee, and he's joined by Ruth Foley, Deputy Director of Audit. We will have a private session in the afternoon to review a discussion document. I propose that we give a relatively short period of time to deal with correspondence here today, and then we can move on to the HSE and our engagement with them and the Department of Health as soon as possible thereafter. We've received apologies from Pat Deering and Alan Kelly. We're holding over the minutes. I'll come back to those shortly. And then the next item I want to just get clearance from the committee in connection with is it's item number 3. It's a motion in relation to the second periodic report in relation to NAMA. So the clerk, we discussed this the last day. It's about the terminal surplus and the future use of possible consideration of NAMA's activities after their wind down. And we agreed we have to put a formal motion to the Dáil to discuss this matter. So the clerk circulated the wording last Friday regarding our recommendation for a Dáil debate in relation to the wind down of NAMA. The motion is as follows, the committee has agreed is, that Dáil Éireann notes the report of the Committee of Public Accounts entitled Periodic Report Number 2, November-December 2017, copies of which were laid before Dáil Éireann on the 28th of March 2018, and in particular, the Committee's recommendation that the Dáil should debate the utilisation of NAMA's projected terminal surplus and the orderly winding down of NAMA or the possible consideration of NAMA for other specific purposes. It's in my name, Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. So can we agree that to be laid before the Dáil? So there will be a Dáil debate on this on Thursday afternoon in the weeks ahead.
Can I just say, I was okay with that because it's neutral and neutral enough. But the Taoiseach yesterday in the Dáil said that all of the NAMA surplus will be going down to pay government debt. Yeah, and I mean, that certainly is, if that is the understanding of government, before we even have, I mean, I don't think it should be spent that way, but.
Yeah, we didn't. This is going back to the report that we issued on the 28th of March. I'm going back now a period in time when we raised this topic, and in that report we made a recommendation that there should be a Dáil debate on the projected terminal surplus in NAMA, on the basis that NAMA is so unique. There are no EU rules on that. There is no requirement from the EU rules to pay down government debt. It is a domestic political decision. So we can't prevent the government from having a view, but we didn't make a formal decision either way, because there could be mixed views on the final surplus. It could be partial debt, could be partial investment, or whatever. So let's have a debate. Let's put our point of view of the PSE. There's nothing preventing people then, individual parties, coming back with their own motion. But the PAC, in our report last March, didn't say either way. We said there should be a Dáil debate because we feel that's lacking, And at the moment, exactly as you've said, we have an announcement from the Taoiseach in relation to his views, but that may or may not. There are other views that haven't been discussed in the Dáil, and we feel this has never been debated in the floor of the Dáil. I think the PAC
debate is because it's a policy matter.
Pardon?
The reason why we went for a debate in the Dáil is because precisely
it's a future issue. It's a future issue. But we did include it in our report. So I'm saying, let's have a Dáil debate on it, and that's as far as the PAC can push it. We can't decide policy in this committee. Sorry.
Just, I agree with you totally, and I'm glad there should be a debate on it, especially the utilisation of any surplus. But then the orderly wind down of NAMA, or the possible consideration. I don't remember.
That was our wording.
Yeah, that's okay. But we're not recommending that. We're simply, it's an open discussion on
we want a debate.
And that that thought came from other sources as well, that NAMA would be used for other purposes from the government, I think. We're not endorsing that. No. We're simply saying discuss
Let's
it.
have a Dáil
That's
debate.
lovely.
So we're kind of going in saying, the PAC is probably the first group going in saying, let's have a Dáil debate on.
But is that the motion we're suggesting? And if it's the motion we're suggesting, it's not, it doesn't have a presumably we'll have to put in amendments to that. I don't think you can put an amendment into the motion.
No.
I'm trying to visualise what comes out of that debate in terms of a in terms of a direction from the Dáil, if you like, you know, on either of those two things?
Okay, the answer to that is, on the PAC, we can't determine national policy on this. This is the wording we put in a report 6 months ago. And we're now saying, let's discuss our wording. It doesn't come down either way, because we have no authority to come down one way or the other in relation to the future use of NAMA's potential terminal surplus. But we're saying what needs to happen, which hasn't happened in Irish public life to date, is a Dáil debate on the matter. You know, and I might have a different view to you in the Dáil chamber on the matter. Yeah. And that's all we're achieving.
Right.
That's all we're going to achieve. It's not, you know, Deputy Cullinane.
Yeah, my understanding of what will happen, or my view of what will happen, is this motion will appear on the order paper, the debate will be taken, and then the government will have their amendment to it, which will say probably what they've already said, that the money should be used to pay down debt, and then we're all free to put down amendments to say if we want it can be done in a different way. Then there will be a debate, and whichever amendment wins. I mean, that's...
But I think it's a Dáil debate. Is this? Can I ask? Can somebody advise me? Just this is a motion. So all we're calling for is a debate. We are not.
It's my point is the amendment of the motion.
The government might amend it.
The amendment of the motion will determine what will happen after the debate.
Fine, and we don't know that yet.
Yeah, that's not for us.
Okay.
Yeah. So it'll hardly be squeezed in the next fortnight before Christmas. So I expect it'll be early January. This debate will take. This motion will be discussed. And if the government put in amendments, you know, while it's going in as a PAC document, it's a broader issue then once it gets to the Dáil chamber. We'll have done our bit by initiating the debate. That's as far as we can take it. And what's the outcome of the debate? That's for the Dáil chamber, not for the PAC. Okay, so but at least we're getting it in there and we're getting the matter aired. Okay, and we'll have no problems if different people have different views on it once we get to the Dáil chamber, you know, at that stage. I'll just present that as that, and then I'd say I might express a personal view, or you might express personal views, because there's no personal view expressed in that. So the motion is agreed to push it further down. That's agreed. Okay, thank you. And the motion has been agreed. The clerk will send a motion to the Journal Office with a view to having it added to the order paper. So the next item of correspondence, and there are three categories. And the first is Category A, briefing documents and opening statements for today's meeting. 1730 and 1732 are from the HSC, enclosing opening statements and briefing documents, note and publish, and 1735A and 1736A from the Department of Health for today's meeting, we note and publish. Now, we have a large pile of correspondence that we've been holding over for quite a while due to the sheer volume of it, and I want to run through some of it today. We won't clear it all, but I'm hoping by next week anything we haven't cleared today we will clear next week. So I'm just going through them. You mightn't have them all on your screen or they'll be on the screen, but you might have brought hard copies with you. The first one I just want to deal with is number 1482, and I'll just describe what it is we asked the Department of Deeper. We included in our previous report the issue in relation to prepayments and the risk associated with prepayments arising from the lessons learned from the Dublin Institute of Technology, where they paid up front for the library services, and we know there was a loss of over 700,000 involved there. So we asked the department to look at that, and they're now recommending the Government Accounting Unit of his department will work with the Office of Government Procurement to clarify the position in relation to upfront payments for procured services as part of general procurement. He's given the current rules, didn't prevent the current problem happening, but now they are saying they're going to clarify the position in future. And it's an issue I know will come back up again, this issue of upfront payment. So we just note and publish his response to that. The next item then that I have in front of me is document number 1486. And this is just a brief note that we've discussed it, so we'll note and publish it. It's from the Department of Education in relation to the Thorne report for Wicklow, Kildare and Wicklow Education and Training Board. This was received over the summer, and it is the intention of the Minister, once he has had an opportunity to fully consider the report, to arrange for its publication. So, you know, we've discussed this before, but we've never noted. This is a no letter.
I mean, there's going to be an issue for us, I think we talked about this before, in relation to, there's a file gone to the guards or to the DPP, whatever, and how do we separate out those two things? But there's, we'll need to know that, and it'll need to be. Where does it come back in here?
Okay, well, I think everybody knows we're going to be coming back to the third level sector, whether it's the Limerick or the HEAs and this ETB. That's not going off our agenda. I think everybody is clear on that. It's staying on our work programme. So look, we're going to keep that on our work programme, and we'll probably check in progress in January. Yeah.
I think this is a particularly significant one. It's not my area at all, but it's particularly significant because so many issues were raised, and now it's gone to the DDP on one issue. And I think there's a huge learning here in relation to it, and I think it should be given priority, Chair.
Yeah.
And just, for example, a practical question, just somebody asked me, I understood from the discussion that the minutes of ETB meetings were going to be made public. Am I correct on that?
Some are doing it, some weren't doing it, and we made a recommendation, and I think the department has now written to them all asking that in future that happen, and we'll do a check on it.
No, thanks. I just wanted to clarify that for myself.
It wasn't the procedure by all of them. But
it wasn't happening, I think.
Yeah.
And so the department is written now to all of the ETBs saying public. I think that's very good that the minutes should be public. Do we know when that's happening? Is that happening in
We'll ask for an update note.
Is it happening in that particular one? I would have thought that would have been one of the first manifestations of a change of culture.
Okay, we'll write to the department and ask us to give us a schedule in respect of each of the, is it 16 or 17 each? 16.
16.
The 16 each? 16 ETVs in relation to the publication of their minutes and the date that is formally commenced. We'll ask for that report.
I'm asking particularly in relation to Wicklow Kildare.
No, but we'll get the full list.
Lovely.
We'll get the full list, including that. We'll get the full list. So the next item then, so we note and publish that. The next item then is correspondence 1502, and this is from the Department of Rural Community Development, dated at the end of July. It's a statutory review of the Dormant Accounts Fund, and that's an issue that we made recommendations on, and this was an internal review that the department carried out on this matter themselves, and it was completed in July, and it covers the years 2013, 2016 and also 2017 to 2019, just their general policy going forward. And I'm not getting into the, we're going to note and publish, so anybody who hasn't seen this document will see it on our website. On page 47, there's a summary of the 15 recommendations in the review, not reading them all out. There are 15 recommendations, and that's an issue where, have we completed our dormant accounts review? We did. But when we get back, there will be a follow-through, because we will get the minute back from the Secretary-General of DPER in relation to our periodic report, which covered that, and I know that will make interesting reading, because that was one of the poorest areas of proper management of grant funding. So that will come back to us in a minute.
Just again, like yourself, I followed up on that and I read it, and I found it difficult. I tried. And I welcome the information, and I welcome the review, so that's the first thing. But then to try and understand it, to explain to people, and of course the bottom line is that millions are sitting in an account.
Correct.
Completely outside of the obligation to hold on to a certain amount of money. We have other money that's there that's not being used. And it seems to me, I don't like the word scandal, but it's not acceptable.
No, it's not.
And so if we could put a timeline somewhere on that, just somewhere, I know we're on...
The timeline will be, we included that in a periodic report, and we will get a periodic report, and we'll discuss that periodic report next week. And we've got, recently have received a periodic report response from the Minister, and we cleared 2 previous ones here a couple of weeks ago, and we cleared that one next week. So that topic will be discussed next week.
Difficult day for me next week, but I don't think we'll get to it anyway.
Yeah, that topic will be discussed next
sometime.
week. Okay, and if not, we can hold over aspects. We don't have to finalise everything. Yeah, we can.
I'd ask for it to be held over myself.
We'll note that straight away at this stage. Okay, so then the next item is correspondence 1513. This is from the State Claims Agency regarding non-cervical screening cancer. It's an old letter received in August. We've discussed it, so we note and publish that. There's nothing we have.
Already noted.
Yeah. 1513. I've noted it was held over here according to this. That schedule there. Next item, so it's noted and published if we haven't done so. We have discussed it previously. 1526. As a follow-up information from Ray Mitchell of the HSC 1526. No, I'm dealing with, there's so much in this, I'm dealing with items one by one. And we're going to note and publish this today. It's a very voluminous document, and I want just to people to be aware of what's in this. Will I just give a quick outline and we'll take it. We asked at the meeting of the PAC on the 5th of July a series of questions which we've got written responses to now, and people will feel free to come back. We could spend the day on this, so we're going to note and publish and people can come back, but I want people to know the type of issue that we asked, and there's information back here from. A note on the costs variation by staff type and the reason for agency staff cannot be recruited into the HSE. I'm not getting into response. I'm letting people know the response is going to be published from this letter here. The Hanaway report in relation to HSE properties, there's a response to that. The next item, following completion of the Delight report into government's arrangements of the Section 38 and 39 agency, a breakdown of how each agency rated, and the Delight say it is expected that the Delight reports will be finished in October 2018, and at that stage Delight will compile a composite report of the external reviews, so we will ask the HSE for a copy of that as soon as it's available. Then there was a note on the up-to-date information in relation to Community Health Organisation number 4. Somebody individually asked that. There was a note on the psychiatric services in the South East and bed management in overcrowding in St Luke's in Kilkenny. That was noted, and we're noting publishing it. Then item number, the next question we had asked was in relation to the contract entered into with Delight to conduct the review. There's a note there. The staffing of the National Compliance Unit, we asked about, that's a relatively new unit. There were a complement of 12 staff. A note on the number of planned and random audits in the HSE agencies. 2018 to date, they had 11 planned audits and 3 random audits up to the date of receipt of this letter. A note on the introductory, this is important now for our ongoing work. We asked for a note on the introduction of mandatory system of retraining and supervision following legal settlements without an admission of liability. That's very much what we're talking about today, medical negligence, and it'll be a subject probably of a report of ours in the spring. And the first sentence is, there is no mandatory retraining and supervision following legal settlements without admission of liability, although retraining and supervision takes place. Enough said for now. That's the substance of today's meeting, and I think that's what we all suspected, and they've confirmed it in writing. So then there's a note on the different category of consultants in non-specialist positions who are not on the specialist register. There's a notice on the process involved in relation to the Waterford Cat Lab. There's a note on relation to the assessment of needs and the provision of health care and steps to take plans to address that issue, and they've given detailed information on a region by region in that report. Then there's a detailed breakdown of the 50 million in cost of patient transport by each area, and the breakdown of the type of it, whether it's taxis, minibus, private ambulances or others. A note on whether matters relating to procurement compliance is on the risk register. Then there's a note on the Section 38 and 39 agencies that have submitted their accounts, and it was 100% submitted last year, and they're currently up to date. A note on whether matters associated with cervical check were placed on the risk register in previous years. We know it wasn't, and that's something will be coming up into medical negligence. We're not finished with that topic. A detailed history of the audit relating to cervical check. We're dealing with that on an ongoing basis. Then we also deal with a note on the number of protected disclosures made to the HSE, and to give the indication that in 2078 were received in the HSE in 2017, and there's a breakdown of the categories in relation to what those are about on page 20 of this 26-page letter. A note on the provision of cardiac cath lab laboratories in Sligo. An explanatory note on the figures and trends in relation to monies owed by health insurance companies, which is in the order of 300 million at the end of each calendar year. That's an item we can come back to. A note on the different categories of agency staff. A note on the contract awarded to the private operator of Mount Carmel. I'm reading all these in because people forget the volume of work we cover. I'm not reading the responses. A note on the sale of property of Our Lady's Hospital in Harold's Cross, and subject to Garda investigation, and as a matter, it's on our correspondence list. A note on the position in relation to high-risk dental treatment patients, and a note on the number of unfilled posts in the HSE, a note on the prompt payment and interest compensation paid during the course of the year, a note on patient private property, retained interest and where the money goes. So, Deputy Cullinane, we won't discuss the entire detail of that. They are the questions, and it's an example of the 29 detailed questions that we asked on the day, and the responses there now in the public record. So there's a lot of information, and if people want to come back next week on any aspect, or use the information as members choose to use it in any event, because it's public now. Deputy Connolly.
Yeah, I don't want to refer to any of the detail, but some of it does relate to cervical check.
Yeah.
So there's a whole lot of correspondence there. Some of it is related to that issue. Can we just clarify, or can you clarify where we are at with that, in the sense that last week or 2 weeks ago we had a hearing on it. Now, we dealt with a number of issues, including negligence as well. So it was wrapped up in that issue. Are we doing a separate report on cervical check, or is it going to be something that will be subsumed into a periodic report? Because my understanding is that we were going to do a separate report.
Yeah. So
and sorry, bear with me, and work with the Health Committee to work out lines of demarcation. What are they dealing with? What are we dealing with? And I'm just concerned it's a bit scattered at the moment.
Okay.
No, there's no cohesion to what we're doing.
What's in my mind would be up to the committee to decide. Is I think we need to do a report on the whole medical negligence issue, which is a bill of 2 billion facing the taxpayer, which is just going up every year, nobody paying blind bit of heed to it. And you know, you see there's no mandatory training, and I think cervical check can certainly be a significant chapter in that report. We may do a special report, you know, on our own report outside a periodic report on medical negligence after we complete.
But my point is a more fundamental one. Which is, when the scandal first broke, we had about 3 or 4 hearings.
Yeah.
And then when the Scally report was published, we had 1 hearing, but we didn't really get into the Scally report and issues within that relate to our work, which is what I had thought is a report or some sort of scoping exercise on what are we going to do, what areas of the Scally report can we deal with and then comment on from a process and procedure perspective, or a systems failure perspective. So I'm just a bit concerned that we're dealing with it here and there, but there's no coherence to what we're doing, and I'm just a bit concerned about it. Like, I would prefer if we knew what we were doing, there was a clear focus, and there was a report going to come through the other end of it, not it being subsumed into a periodic report or a report on negligence, which it's part of it, but it's only a small part of the issue in terms of cervical.
I'll ask the Secretary to do a note, because we're kind of gathering information and touching on it every other meeting. So we probably need an information note that pulls precisely a suggested roadmap for us to completion of our work on the matter, and we'll come back and discuss
but
that.
Can I just ask?
I don't know the answer.
Can I just ask? That was done. I mean, we asked that there would be consultation with the Health Committee, so that was done, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, that was just in relation to the 2 meetings that were held in recent weeks, that we didn't cross over each other. But we've touched on the issues before, and you know. Okay. So I think we need to, and it'll be done in consultation with the Health Committee, that there's no duplication and that everything is covered. Sorry, Deputy Murphy. And we'll get that note for the members.
There's a couple of issues. I think we have been talking about the large contingent liability before the cervical check cancer scandal broke. And that was the piece of work we were going to do. And in many ways, the 2 things have got conflated. Okay. But it has been a useful, and pardon me for using that term, example to tease out with the like of the State Claims Agency, the Department of Health and the HSE, just exactly how, you know, what the process is when a scandal happens. And one of the areas we were going to be looking at was the area of open disclosure and the possibility of reducing the liability by virtue of the fact that part of that liability would be a legal cost liability, that if there was a different process, you may well end up with a smaller liability in some situations, and still with a reasonable outcome for people who have been damaged. I think by conflating the two, we've run into a bit of a we've actually taken the focus away from where the focus should be. I think they're two very distinct things, and there's a whole lot of other areas, and we're going to be dealing with one this afternoon, which is another, or later on, which is another example. But there are several of them. And what's very obvious, and I don't think we've got to it really, is that there's no, if you're damaged and you want to, pursue something, you're almost required to go through the State Claims Agency, or it doesn't seem that there's a process, a mediated process that's available. So we're never going to get to the point of open disclosure if the systems are not in place that allows for an alternative dispute resolution to take place. And I think that is an aspect that we have got to set aside and do something definitive on.
Okay.
And I think we've got to come back to that in relation to the State Claims Agency.
Okay.
But I do think that we have done some useful work on cervical check, and I just think that should be maybe pulled together as and see what we have in terms of that's distinct from the Department of Health or the Health Committee. That's distinctive to the PAC in that process and value for money, and I think we've got to put them into that category, so as that we're properly within the remit of the committee. But there are things still, and I just want to. We did write them last week in relation to, the lack of candour, to use your own term, in relation to, giving us correct information. And I have now not 7 but 8 women telling me they still can't get their slides. They're still going to end up with a case in the. Is there a reply?
You've written to them, we haven't got a reply.
We've no reply yet.
Okay.
Now, I mean, why would it take a week to reply?
We'll have it for next week.
Yeah, like what's going to happen is the very thing that we're trying to avoid. What's going to happen is one of the solicitors is going to go into the High Court, and they're going to demand the slides, and that's going to put people through extra torture, and it's going to do exactly the opposite of what we're trying to achieve, and that is that these things are resolved without having to go to the courts.
Okay.
For the want of replying to or giving us correct information when they come in front of this committee.
Okay.
And I don't know, so if we can make sure we get a reply by next week, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's in court before then.
Yeah. Okay, look, I'm guided by what the members want to do, and I think maybe we need to have a discussion in private session just to narrow our own, and maybe next week we can do that. Let's hope we have that particular reply in the meantime. But I think what both members are saying, maybe we need to narrow our focus specifically on that, and I think we'll discuss that in private session so we know precisely where we're going in that issue, rather than it being morphing into other issues as well. Okay, point as well taken. Yeah. So next item of correspondence I have here is 1528, and that is correspondence from Ray Mitchell held over from previous meeting. It's a note in the protocol in praise for the return of slides to women. This is a historic one, obviously. Like, this is August, so events have moved on since then. So that will be very much part of our correspondence. That's, I'm only publishing old correspondence, which we've discussed the reality of it in the meantime. Okay, so we know.
Just say about that protocol, because we have it here.
Yeah.
Quest Diagnostics is one of the labs, was actually providing slides until that protocol was put in place. And they were told by the HSE to stop providing the slides. And then there was a dispute over the protocol. We're not getting clear information. There was a second protocol to be considered, and that after the engagement with the legal people. Yeah. And what's happening now is, and we might just, when we're looking for the reply, not only are they not providing slides now, but even when they are being provided in a when they're being provided where there's where there's an urgency about them, and it's only in those very urgent cases that it's happening. They're not being provided with. They're not being provided with the laboratory report that should accompany them. And the thing about it is that it comes back to the open disclosure. It comes back to that piece of work. So it'll be important in that context. And this is an example of that.
Okay, so that's 1530, and we will.
It's 1528.
1528. The next item I have in front of me, that's 1530. Then is again, it's from Ray Mitchell, and it's a follow-up item, and we'll just note and publish that. Then I have back to 1528. I've attached to that a letter dated the 24th of August 2018 in response to PAC Correspondence 104 from the Department of Health seeking information following the appearance of the Public Accounts Committee on the 12th of July. And it deals with a note on the expansion to 7.7 for general adult mental health services, a note on the cost of hiring private investigators, the process and safeguards in place in relation to consultant compliance contracts. So people might be interested in this. People asked about the cost of hiring the private investigators, and on page 2 of that letter it says that the surveillance was a proportionate exercise and not indiscriminate. 3 of the league cases were ultimately the subject of surveillance. The HSE advised that the cost was €117,853. So I'm just putting that in the public record, but people were interested into what was actually the cost of that. Then we asked for a note on the reason for the non-disclosure of information in the accounts under item 6.2 in relation to legal costs, and they're saying, as a result of our letter, following consideration in the finalisation of the 2017 appropriation account in conjunction with the CNAG, including the context of the issue being raised at the PAC meeting, the Department is now in a position to report in accordance with the relevant circular. So they weren't published in legal costs, and we see for 2017 this is the Department of Health, 70 cases totalling 5.699 million, and the total in the previous year was 14.655 for 138 cases. So that is in their accounts for 2017.
Yes, it is.
They've now, and following the CNAG and us pointing out the government circular and the PAC, that information, which wasn't clearly available, is now there. Then we asked for an explanatory note on the 3 different schemes available for treatment abroad. People will find that helpful, because in relation to the treatment abroad scheme, then the European insurance card, and then the cross-border directive. Public are a bit confused between the cross-border directive and I will circulate, we'll get to recirculate. I have the reference in front of me, but it was dated the 24th of August 2018 in reference to our correspondence 1014.
1528.
Not sure. We get it recirculated. I'm just not quite sure at the item of correspondence. I have the note in front of me, but we'll recirculate that as an item already. And it's good to separate those issues out, because people are confused between cross-border directive and then the treatment abroad scheme. Then there's also table 6 in the financial, an up-to-date note on the National Children's Hospital funding, and a review of the money owed by insurance companies, which I touched on earlier. So we note and publish that. So next item then of correspondence is also from the HSE 1538, and this is a short letter with a very big appendix of hundreds of pages, and it's a copy of the record relating to the quality assurance visits, to include minutes of discussions and final reports submitted following the test, and that's in relation to a cervical check. And I think we've probably discussed this at our previous meetings, but we're formally noting and publishing that very substantial document there now, even though we might have, I'm quite sure we would have referred to it before. And the next item then is in 1561 is correspondence from the Higher Education Authority. 1561, 156. Yeah, I have from 1560 in front of me, so we'll come back to that next week. 1561. I've had an opportunity to go through some of the documents in advance of today's meeting, so there's a few we won't get to clear them all. So 1561 is correspondence received from the Higher Education Authority in relation to, it's related to the famous retirement event for the former president of CIT and the fact that the HEA is considering the most appropriate means of recouping the money from CIT that they didn't approve of. We've discussed this correspondence before, but we never actually noted and published it. I have a note, it's held over. Then there's 1672, which I'm going to as well. That's correspondence from Professor O'Hogartig, NUI, in relation to monies in relation to the non-competitive procurement of 5.2 million, and there's a very detailed schedule on the back of that, given the breakdown. Obviously, G4 security was 373,000, probably roll over a contract. So the full breakdown of the 5.12 million is there, and an issue in relation to severance payment and out-of-office leave payroll costs of €91,000. So we'll note and publish that, and members are free to utilise that information as best they can. That was 1562. I think that's all I've got from the previous correspondence that we hadn't published up to today. That was kind of sitting on our desk for the last little while. And the last of the unpublished correspondence we'll try and deal with next week. So I'm now back to the correspondence received this week, which is not too big.
There's one piece held over for Galway from the department in relation to the service level agreement.
Yeah. We mentioned that the last day, and I think you asked to hold it over.
Just hold it over, yeah.
You asked to hold it over.
I did, yeah.
So we'll try and deal with it next week, if you want.
I'll deal with it now if you want.
Pardon?
I'll deal with it now if you want.
Yeah, please do. I just have to, please do.
Oh yeah, it's on whatever list I have.
This one. It's
698.
1698.
Yeah, 1698. I welcome it. I welcome that we've got a service level agreement finally, and it was signed on the 6th of November between the department and Galway 2020. I do need a little advice in relation to this from the Controller and Auditor General. There are many questions on this that I'll follow up separately and won't take up the Public Accounts Committee's time because it's not relevant to this. But I'll be asking various questions in relation to an Irish language officer and a rebranding that saw Irish diminished and so on. But there are questions but in relation to this agreement, I don't know whether the Office, the Controller and General's Office have looked at it. But which is a very specific question in relation to monitoring. And as I say, I say this in a positive manner. I welcome that it's here. But there's a proposal to have quarterly monitoring meetings and so on, which is very good. But there's a proposal that somebody from the department will be on the board of 2020. And then there will be monitoring meetings by the department. So how does that work? Where does the loyalty lie for a department member on the board of 2020 and yet be monitored by the department? Maybe you could tease that out for me a little bit.
I don't want to kind of give a definitive view in relation to the specific arrangement that's in place, but the issue has come up before. It came up in relation to Dublin Docklands, where the department had, I think it was an assistant secretary who was a member of the board of Dublin Docklands, and that was the same person who was then, if you like, overseeing the effective governance and control of Dublin Docklands. I think the Department of the Environment, as it was at the time, now the Department of Housing, made a change there, where within the department, the person who was representing the department on the board was not involved in the oversight on behalf of the department of the operation of the agency. So I think that has been established as a principle, and I think it was accepted by DEPR that was a better arrangement. I don't know, at least I haven't got the detail of what has been put in place in relation to Galway 2020 But, I mean, certainly that is a live issue. It is a matter of
and certainly that's a welcome change if the same person is not doing it. But it doesn't take away my concern that a department is providing 15 million, which is very welcome, and then they have to monitor that, and this is the performance level agreement to ensure that there's all sorts of conditions here, which is welcome. But I'm not sure, is the Board of Directors subject to freedom of information requests, which I'll have to check. If somebody knows here, I'd be grateful.
I don't know offhand.
So then we have a department person on that board, presumably with a loyalty to the board, and I just have a difficulty around it. I'm trying to suss it out, and perhaps if you had a chance to look at it, I'm not asking you to comment on value judgment or anything in relation to this, but just this is the first time, having learned from the Palace debacle, the department are putting in place, and that's welcome in Galway, that they're putting in place a procedure. So it's a time to do it right. And is there any, have we any input into that to improve that performance level agreement? Now, interestingly enough, just last point in relation to this, there is a role for the Controller and Auditor General on page 6. And it notes, I'll just read this paragraph. As the Department reports on all of its expenditure to the Public Accounts Committee, and the Department's account is audited by the Controller and Auditor General, this agreement, this service level agreement, reserves the right and entitlement of the Controller and Auditor General to examine, query or audit the documentation of the expenditure of these funds at any time, up to or after 21. So that seems to be an open door, up to and including 21. It's not a retrospective looking at something. So I would just invite you to look at that.
Well, I think it's obviously putting an arrangement in place, and that is a principle which was required in grant giving, that the CNAG be given access, if necessary, to follow up the expenditure of public funds. So it's a general provision. I welcome that it's in this agreement. But it doesn't mean that I'm going down looking at vetting each decision as they make it.
I understand that, and I'm not asking for that, but I'm raising it that we can have an input as a committee in due course. But I would like clarified the monitoring arrangement and where loyalty lies, or where one's duty lies as a representative on the 2020 and a member of the department.
So generally, if you're a member of a board, you have your first fiduciary duty, as they call it, loyalty is to the board.
I think a distinction might be made between a director of a company arrangement and a body that is set up with interested parties, but without a company law structure behind it.
I would like that clarified somehow, because there is a company, there is a board of directors, and then we have the department in on it. It seems to me the department should have a hands-off approach, but I'm no expert.
Should we write it deeper? This should be, or should directly to the department?
Well, I think if you have further queries in relation to the department, arising from your review of the arrangement that has been put in place, if there are points of clarification or points of concern, I think they could reasonably be put to the department.
So then tell me,
you could kind of query to them, is this what it means, or how have you dealt with this risk?
The big question then, CNAG, you mentioned in this service level agreement, you have the right, if you feel necessary, as you wouldn't do it as a matter of course unless you felt there was a good reason. Have you that right in the service level agreements between the HSE and Section 38 and 39 bodies?
Yes.
So,
as grant recipients. And I might also have it by virtue of Section 8 of the Controller and Auditor General Amendment Act 1993, which gives me the right, where an organisation has more than 50% of their income in the form of grants from state bodies, I have a right of inspection.
So you would have that in relation to RTE?
No.
Over 50?
No, there are certain exclusions from that, and RTE is one of them. Okay,
I'm going to ask you to give us a note, because it's now getting on that topic where you have the right of access. Because I think a lot of people felt that this body didn't have right of access into the Section 38 and 39 agreements in the past. But if you have access and you go there, the PLC is within its remit to go there. If you go there, we can go there. I'm asking you to do a note, because there was a general view. There was being a so it looks as if you can reach into, if you choose, and you feel you have the need to do it, into several organisations. Do you know how many service level agreements out there have your name in there as having this right to access? Would you be made aware of each and every one of these as they arise?
Yeah, it's a standard feature of the HSE's current arrangements. Now, I can't speak if you go back in the past.
I'm just talking about now.
Yeah, because I think
but let's say
that provision was put in as a result of the work that was done by this committee on the SIP2 funding.
On the SIP2 funding. So let's go to sports capital grant. If an organisation gets a substantial grant which through the department, in theory you're saying, would there be a condition of that grant that you can inspect if you...
I have the inspection right there if more than 50% of their funding comes in the form of grants.
Okay. So I just think that's probably news to a lot of people, that you have a greater right of inspection into lots of organisations that receive public funding, many of which feel they're exclusively in the private sector or outside the public remit. Yeah. I'm not saying the PAC is going there, but you have the right to go there.
It may be complicated if, for instance, a body is receiving funding as well in the form of contracts.
That's different.
That they have competed for. That doesn't count for the 50% purposes.
Grant funding rather than
it has to be in the form of grant funding.
For services. Okay, look, send us an explanatory note on that in your own time. It's not as soon as you can.
Sorry, to be specific on this, this is called a performance delivery agreement. It's slightly different. It's performance delivery, and we're going to monitor the delivery. And in relation to just the department's role, it's page 4 of the agreement, and it's C, that the department will appoint a representative of the minister to serve on the board. So it's on page 4 and it's C, and then D as well. There'll be bilateral meetings. So I just want to ask them to clarify that. Who will be appointed and how does that tie in with their monitoring?
Okay, we'll write and get clarification of that.
There was a last as well. Oh yes, sorry, the final thing for us on this committee is the monitoring. There will be quarterly monitoring reports in relation to the drawn down of the money. So can we ask them, when will the first quarterly meeting take place, the monitoring, as set out under this agreement, and it was to take place within a certain time of the signing of it.
Thank you. Now I'm going on to correspondence received in the last 7 days, and there's not too much of it, so it won't take too long. First item is 1715 from the HSE regarding the transfer of properties from religious congregations to the HSE.
1700, why are we skipping over that?
17.
It's just on the list here.
Yeah, it's going to be next week. We've cleared about 2/3 of the held over. Well, Deputy, if you want to raise it, please do.
It can take.
I just hadn't it in my.
No, I just want to ask.
Yeah.
I've concerns that this wasn't that.
You've an actual correspondence in on this.
I have as well. Yeah.
Grand. So we'll take that now.
And essentially that there's some very large amounts of money. The largest one is nearly 5 million.
Yeah.
There's other ones 2 million. 1.1 million, and essentially how the procurement was done on this is my concern. Was there just a list of contractors and people were just asked to do the work, or was there a robust? Can we write to the OPW if we haven't done it already?
We will.
And specifically ask that. Because I'm concerned that didn't happen in all cases.
That's fine. So, you've sent us a letter, reference number 1733. We were coming to it shortly, specifically on this, wanting a detailed note regarding the removal of the gates in the Phoenix Park, the repair, restoration, re-erection, and had it been discussed before the papal visit was known. And then you ask, in view of the spreadsheet of costs supplied by the OPW, the Deputy Murphy wishes to explore the way in which some companies were selected to provide the services and infrastructure and were correct tender protocols and procedures adhered to, and the competitiveness of the tendering robust and so on. So we will do all that at your request. And we have. I will go on to come to your letter in a moment.
Okay.
So we'll note and publish item number 1700, and we'll also note and publish your request here as a member of the committee, 1733, and we will follow up that. Absolutely. So next item of correspondence then that I have in front of me is 1715, which deals with the transfer of properties from the religious congregations to the HSE under the various agreements 2002 and 2009. We are on the case. The PAC is going to, well, as long as we're here, ensure progress has been made, which hasn't been happening for years upon years. So some of their properties are on the HSE, and they say the 2002 offers, there were 2 remaining properties, the Sacred Heart Centre in Waterford and a property in Cappoquin, and it says the closing date, the closing documents for the property in Cappoquin were received last week from the congregation solicitor, and similar documentation in regard to the centre in Waterford is expected soon. Hopefully these transfers will be finalised in the next couple of months, so we're going to ask for an update of that in January from the HSE. And then in relation to the 2009 offers, 6 properties were offered, 5 were accepted by the HSE, and only 1 of these has transferred, so 4 are still outstanding. One is the St Bernard Group of Homes in Feathered. This says the transfer document is completed, Minister consent and Charities Regulatory Authority consent received, and property is now being registered. That's fine. Macaulay Centre in Kells, the contract documents received and signed, the Minister consent requested and awaited. We're writing to the Minister to give that consent as urgently as possible to allow this proceed. The document, the property in Grace Park Road, on the 14th of June this year, the solicitors were advised by the congregation solicitor that the contract and title documents would issue shortly. The documents have not awaited. We're asking the HSE, we're writing to the HSE to ask their solicitors to contact the congregation solicitors forthwith to proceed with that. The National Rehabilitation Hospital seems a little bit complicated, as they say that they're ultimately going to reach a transfer and leaseback arrangement of the National Rehab lands. So that's going to result in a change in the National Rehab Hospital Trust, and that's also happening. And really, the original trust owns the land. The new trust will be involved in the sale and leaseback. A due diligence process on the new trust has commenced and will have to be completed before the lands can be transferred. The target date for completing this process is the end of this year. So we'll ask for a note of that in January, and we're going to keep on top of that. The next item then is from the Department of Education 1726 on the exact same topic. Oh no, this is a different topic. 1717. Where's 1717? 1717 is it's from the Department of Communications Climate Action. It's in relation to electricity and interconnectors. It deals with the surplus energy that's produced by windmills or wind farms, and the need to have that surplus and what happens to surplus, and some of it say they can be exported, and it advises that in 2017 the rate of curtailment of available wind energy was 4%. There's a very detailed response there which we'll send out to the correspondent in relation to wind energy, the utilisation of wind energy, the exporting of excess wind energy, and there's a suggestion that it's dumped at a very uneconomical price to the UK when we have a surplus that we can't take, so we export it. So that will be of interest to a lot of people. Next item then is 1718. 1718 is from Seán Fleming in relation to seeking information on the powers of the Minister and the HEA to carry out different investigations. So that came up the last day. So we can note and publish that. A few interesting points in it. The Department's assessment, the Department's view is that the HEA has power, and it implies the existence of the power to review compliance with the conditions when it's granting funding. And then they go on to say that the Attorney General's advice has currently been received by the Department on this issue and is being assessed by Department officials. Further update will provide it to the committee as members as soon as possible once the Department has finalised its assessment of the legal advice. So that's important. Then we'll keep an eye on that to monitor that we get that. And then the timeline for a review of the HEA legislation and the results of public consultation. The public consultation happened during the summer. The 14 submissions were received, and tomorrow there is a consultation forum on the updating of the HEA legislation will take place tomorrow, the 23rd of November, in the department, and all those who made submissions are invited. That will ultimately lead to heads of a bill. So I'm just bringing people up to date. So David, did you want to? Are you okay on this?
It somewhat answers the questions that we asked, but it doesn't deal with the issue that was before us, which was the Waterford report.
Yeah.
Okay, so fine, there's going to be a review of the 1971 Act, and that was discussed when they were here in terms of whether or not, I think Mr Love was concerned about that Act and its limitations in terms of the HEA carrying out reviews, so a review of that piece of legislation would be welcome. Then we have the Attorney General's advice, which it seems has been received. Now, we don't know what that advice is, but just to deal with the Waterford report, which is wrapped up in all of this, there's a number of different options, and what I was looking for was not so much what they're going to do in terms of future reports and future examinations and investigations. So all of those future examinations obviously may change given what happens here in terms of the review of the legislation. But there are options in relation to the Waterford report. There's a live report there in draft form that's in legal limbo. Okay? There's a number of options. And one of the options is that they can modify the existing report that's there. That was what Mr Love was telling us, that his intention was to publish the report, but it may have to be modified. But there was concerns in relation to that, whether that was possible, given the Attorney General's advice and the limitations of the HEA in terms of doing these reviews. The other option was a ministerial appointment. And then it could be that they have to wait until there's a change in the Act, and then they might start again. So my question wasn't so much where all that process was, it was in terms of what are they going to do with the Waterford report? And once and for all get a response, because this has dragged on and on and on. And at some point, somebody has to call it in terms of we have a draft report there, what's happening to it? And is it that they're going to try and modify the report some way, or is it that they're going to start again? And then what is the start again process?
But you want us to write.
So can we find that out once and for all? I think we just, and they're hiding behind, in my view at this point, they're hiding behind reviewing of the legislation and the Attorney General's advice. It's all well and good, but it's not answering the fundamental question which is before us, which is there's a draft report sitting there for a year in legal limbo. Separate from that, we have the CNHE's report, which deals with one element of what would have been contained in the HEA report. We can't follow up on that, in my view, until we have some clarity on where this is. So the question I was asking with respect to the clerk, as I raised at the last meeting as well, is fine, we have clarity now on the Attorney General's advice and on what the government intends to do in terms of changing the legislation. That's policy, that's fine. What's happening with the Waterford report?
Okay, we'll write
get a clear
specifically to the
response to that. Once and for all, just tell us what they're doing.
Yeah, I know it's a one-issue letter, full stop, on Waterford. Thank you. Next item of correspondence is 1719 from the Higher Education Authority, just providing details regarding employee assistance helpline, so we note and publish that. The next item is 1721 from the Housing Agency following our previous meeting. And I will note and publish this. Very good information. I want to thank them for supplying this. They give details of the provision of social housing, the number of offers that NAMA made. There are 2475 that were taken up as a result of that offer on a local authority by local authority basis. They also give us details in relation to the 17 million funding that they have been provided with in relation to local authorities, and to give by local authority the 818 houses and apartments that have been completed and where the bids are in the process of being accepted, and specifically they give details of the 478 that have been acquired and completed as part of that process today, broken down between 2, 3 and 4 and 5 bedroom houses and 1 and 2 bed and 3 bedroom apartments. There's good information. Sorry, that's 1721. 1721, and then they give a good information note on the regulation of approved housing bodies, which we know is not statutory, and then they give a good information note on the land management within their own 600 acres, their own 86 sites or 83 sites, and they give information in relation to sites transferred, sites progressing, and agreement to transfers in place, and then they give a detailed note on the various capital funding schemes to approved housing bodies, local authority, called the Capital Assistance Scheme, the Capital Loan and Subsidy Scheme, and the Payment and Availability Agreements, and then the payment and to purchase properties and to lease properties and to construct properties, and the Capital Advance Leasing Facility. All very technical stuff, but for people who are following the housing debate, this is very good information. Deputy Cassells has indicated.
Thanks very much, Chairman. Great information. As you said, it's a pity they didn't provide the information, Chairman, on the one substantive issue on a negative side that we raised on the day, and that I particularly raised on the day, and that is the number of properties, or rather the location from the breakdown of the properties that had been offered to local authorities but not taken up. So you've alluded to in section 2 the 2,475 that have been delivered in the breakdown in a tabular form by county. Pity they didn't provide by tabular form where the 2,424 properties, which apparently, as they said, were deemed unsuitable by reference to location or sustainability issues. And I consistently pressed on the day in terms of the so-called, in their words, over-concentration, over-concentration of certain amounts of property which made them unsuitable. It's a national scandal what's going on at the moment, and yet no information in terms of, because I think it is something for all of us to press with our relevant local authorities in terms of what they deemed apparently unsuitable. And of course, on the day, even though we had the housing agency here, we had the Department of Housing here, I had answers from the Minister in respect of parliamentary questions, and they were all blaming each other. Okay? And the Department of Housing of the day jumped in to bail out the housing agency as well. So I think it's just unfortunate, Chairman, that, as I said, plenty of good information, but on the issue of the 2,424 properties that they have considered unsuitable by reference to location or sustainability, because they call it an over-concentration, and in some cases where there was no demand, 10,000 homeless, but supposedly, according to the housing agency, no demand in some of these areas. So it's a pity we didn't have that tabular layout of where this no demand exists, because I think it would be highly informative, and it still rankles with me in terms of the ideological debate that we had on this day, that phraseology and terms can be used in respect. And while I'm on that, Chairman, have we any response from the CCMA, the County and City Managers Association, in terms of when they're coming in?
Not yet.
Not yet.
So we'll come
Not yet. How many weeks ago did we write to them for an update, Chairman?
Well,
3, was it?
We sent a second letter over 2 weeks ago.
Over 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. So, Deputy, in relation to your point of the 2,224 houses that they refer to under Schedule 2, which is they can give a breakdown by local authority, those that were considered unsuitable by reference to location and sustainability, we are writing back to the housing agency for the list of those by local authority. But in addition, when we get that list, we are writing to the department for a breakdown on the local authority by local authority as to the reasons why. Now, I can say in my local authority, I have gone through the ones that weren't accepted as there were various issues. It could have been financial, could have been the price, maybe it was going to take too long, maybe it was an over-concentration in an area where there was already social housing, or where they felt there was an offer of 50 houses and there was only a housing demand in that local authority for 5. Issues like that. So we're going to do 2 things. Get the list by local authority from the Housing Finance Agency. We're asking them to send it to the department as they send it to us, and we want the department to give us a breakdown. So if it's a situation, there's a local authority that refused 47 houses, we want to know where each of the 47 were. There are probably 4 or 5 different locations, and why each of the offers was rejected. And that information is readily available in every local authority, and it should be readily available in the department. I've seen it in my own local authority, and we will get that.
Because remember, what was key on the day, from NAMA's point of view and Mr McDonagh's point of view, was their willingness to actually assist local authorities as well in case of actually completion of housing projects as well, if they had been not finished and so forth. And actually, so he was stressing that it wasn't a financial aspect from their point of view as well.
Okay. No, we will get that information.
I support that, and the reason for that, we should have got it, and I read it, and I welcome the documentation. It was very helpful, except for that. But also, when we get that information, we'll be able to compare and contrast it with the existing policy of local. For instance, in Galway, major housing crisis, so they're going back to local authority schemes and having infill houses, and they don't see a difficulty with that. So I want to see where the inconsistency is in terms of their policies. It will be very helpful to have.
And we get the breakdown. Each local authority, we're asking the department to get the information from each of the local authorities. They have it. I've seen it myself. So we want it in here, full stop. Okay? Thank you. And I will say that was helpful, but more information is required. Next item, and we said we are coming back to the housing issue. We had the first meeting here the last day. The issue of HAP and all those other issues will come up separately, and we are coming. No, probably.
After the election.
Anyway, maybe. I can't answer it. Yeah, we'll be dealing with HAP to some extent. We'll have somebody from the Department of Housing next week with the Department of Social Protection when we're dealing with housing. Next item then is 1724 from NAMA, providing information requested by the committee on the geographic location of purchasers of the 24 billion of disposals by NAMA. And I'm just going to write, and that follows up a previous letter. So that letter indicates to us that in relation to the 24 billion of secured assets sold by NAM.
I don't have that on my list.
1724.
I don't have it on my list, so just to get the
1724.
Okay.
It's only one pager.
Lovely.
And they gave us the breakdown the last time of the property that they sold in Ireland, the breakdown of where the purchasers were from, and we asked for the breakdown of all secured assets worldwide. So they are telling us that the jurisdiction of the purchasers in relation to the 24 billion of secured assets, both Irish and foreign, are as follows. 33% of the purchasers were Great Britain, 31% were in Ireland, the USA was 9%, Germany was 5%, and other was 22%, which relates to 45 individual purchasers in other countries. The question I really want to know, and we're writing back, is from their knowledge, because what surprised me is the amount of only 9% to say is US company. So we want to know who was the ultimate owner, because if a US company might have set up a company in Ireland to buy it, they're telling us these 31% of them assets were sold to Irish-based companies. I want to know where was the controlling, were they part of a group? This doesn't make sense to me, and I'm saying this to NAMA. You're playing games with the PAC. You're not. You know what we were looking for. We wanted to know who the ultimate owner of these were. It doesn't tally with what anybody's knowledge is on these matters. We know a lot of these companies are controlled by American vulture funds, and to say that only 9% of NAMA sales are to US companies, there's a lack of candour in this answer, full stop. We want a full answer. We want to know the ultimate owners, and NAMA has to know it. I'm sure Cerberus on their own account for more than 9% of it. Just because they set up an Irish company, it's not giving us a full picture, and we want the full picture of the ultimate owners of the people who purchased the 24 billion of secured assets from NAMA. And I'm finding this with NAMA, they're not giving full answers, and they probably hope if they give us some information we'll accept it and move on, but we won't. And we have another item on this as well in our correspondence. Pardon?
You'll be given a robust contribution in the Dáil on the motion, will you?
Oh yeah, we'll have to bring that into that debate as well, yeah. Okay, so next item then was 1725. People are going to find this very interesting. It's in relation to information requested by the committee regarding the structural assessments carried out by schools constructed by Western Building Systems. And they're very detailed information of the schools that they examined, those that were reopened and those that work has to be done. They give us a second schedule in relation to the schools delivered by that company and the overall procurement note. Very helpful. Then there's a third information note on the oversight and design build programme, including Western Building Systems projects. That's very interesting. And most interesting, people will find this, because this question was asked, was the company who got these projects always the lowest bidder? And to give us, and I'll give credit to the department for giving full information, for, and there's been an example in NAMA to do the same. In relation to, and this is a very interesting schedule which we're noting and publishing, the 42 companies there, they actually list the top 5 or 6, the tender prices position of the winning tender is highlighted in red on the chart if people print it off themselves, and it'll be noted and published. And in many of the cases, it's clear that the lowest bidder didn't get the contract. Then, because they moved on then for a second ranking called Ranking of Winning Tenders Following MEAT Analysis. That's most economically advantageous tender, not necessarily the cheapest tender. So that incorporates things like ability to deliver, track record, access to resources, and those other wider issues. And they say in the document, I think, price accounted for about 40% of the score, which wasn't 60% of the score. And at least we can see in some of them, some companies forfeited the job even though they were the lowest tender, because they maybe were granted 4 or 5 projects and the company wasn't able to handle them all, and then the project went on to another, the next one on the list, because some companies had tendered for maybe more than they were capable of handling. Look, we could talk forever about the 42. Everyone has an interest in ones in their own constituency. I see interesting information in relation to Portlaoise, etc. So I'd advise people, we're noting and publishing this, and I think it's very good information on this particular issue, and people are free to use that documentation as they see fit. Deputy Cullinane.
Yeah, it's very good information, but the reason why we sought this, and I have to say compliments to the department for giving us such a comprehensive breakdown and all of the annexes which they've attached to it as well, which are very helpful. But the reason why we sought it was because of the issue itself. There were so many schools affected. The impact it would have on children, obviously, is the big issue. But it was also process. So the tendering process was one element of it, and then it was the oversight of the design and the build programme. So I think Annex 3 is actually quite important from our perspective, and it's who has oversight for what. And it seems that the responsibility for compliance with the projects rests with the contractor, as far as I can see in the annex that they've sent. Now, there is a departmental personnel involved in the pre-oversight arrangements, but that's where we wanted to get under the bonnet. So my point is, the reason why we sought this document, and then we've got a very comprehensive document, was to establish whether we would go there with this and whether we would examine it. So it wasn't that we would just get it, publish a note. It was, we wanted to, first of all, get the information and then make a decision as to whether we would examine it from a tendering perspective, and then the process in terms of the design and the build and so on, and what checks are in place, what compliance checks are in place, to learn from it if there was mistakes made. Wasn't that it? So now that we have it, are we going to make that decision? Or
the first thing I would say, now that it's noted and published, it's out there from today for everybody to discuss it individually as deputies, or collectively as individual parties, or journalists will take it up. So the PAC can come back and discuss it, but now that this information is out there today, it's out there. So I would advise people to make their comments. The PAC has done its job by getting this amount of information. We can follow it through in further detail, but I expect members will be raising the issue based on this information in their own right outside of today's meeting. I
expect and I accept that, but our job isn't just to publish information.
Okay.
Our job is to try and understand whether the processes in place work. So whether or not, when contracts are signed and then the contractor is building whatever building it is, that the checks that are in place, the compliance systems that are in place work or not. That's our job, to examine that. So it's not so much that we get information and then publish it. That's fine, and journalists and ourselves can do what we want with it, but it's more, we sought the information for a specific purpose, and the purpose was to allow us to determine whether or not we would deal with it.
Okay. Well, when the department are coming in under vote in the new year, we'll
If
specifically...
that's when it is, that's fine. But
We'll specifically list this as a specific item to be prepared on.
Just on that point, I mean, when we talk about process, I mean, process in relation to a tendering process may be one thing, but there's process in relation to, you know, sign off and things like that. I'm not sure does that fall within our remit, or would that be more properly, for example, I don't know what committee it would be if it's.
Well, I'd say if it's signing off on a construction contract which costs a lot of money, it's within our remit. It might be within somebody else's remit too, but it's certainly within our remit, because it's, you know, the sign off is a financial matter in relation to payment for the work done. Full stop.
It's the ability to go, you know, it's the ability when something goes wrong to challenge that, and it's the process by which it was signed off, whether or not that needs to be challenged. We probably need to understand that, because I understand that there were people on site that signed off. Now that's kind of.
We need to examine that in further detail.
We do, yeah.
Okay.
Well, the Annex deals with Annex 3 deals with the detail of project oversight and the role played by the department, which is what we were looking to understand. What was the role played by the department in that context, when in signing off, in compliance with what was in the agreements?
Right. Okay. We'll come back to this item of correspondence, because there's quite a lot in it. As I said, I've only had a first read of it, and there's quite a bit in it. Do you want to come back to this item next week?
If they're coming in anyway.
There will be.
Yeah.
But it would be very useful before they come in if we had some
We'll
understanding.
write them.
What we don't want is to say, oh, well, we get it on the day and then we haven't the time to really consider it.
No, we'll make a specific note for this issue to be dealt with in the briefing material we receive before the meeting. Okay? In the briefing material. Next item, 1726, which we didn't deal with yet, is from the Department of Education, again in relation to the transfer of properties from the religious congregations. And this is connected with the one from the HSE earlier, which we didn't take this at that time. So this is saying that he's given a detailed report up to the 17th of October, and he's saying the consent of the Minister for Public Expenditure and Reform has been sought for the acceptance of 3 properties. The properties in question are the former primary school in Ballyjames-Duff, the Macaulay Centre in Kells, and the former St Patrick's School in Westport. And it's hoped that the Minister will give his consent shortly. The PSE is writing to the Minister today, asking him to give his consent urgently and not to delay the matter any further. Okay? And we'll follow that matter up. So the next item is 1729. Foreign Affairs relating to a request for information. So we just note and publish this. This is information we sought in respect of our periodic report. Then finally, correspondence item.
Check on that.
Pardon?
There's no
there's a nice. We'll make sure there's a nice photograph in the report of the delegation. Right. Next item, correspondence item number C, category C. Letter from Mick Wallace, TD, with a further query regarding Project NANS. We forward a correspondence received from NAMA to Deputy Wallace, and he's reverted with further queries. We decided last week to request further detail from NAMA, and we'll include these queries in our request. So essentially he's saying this is about the section 172, and he's saying it should deal with associated directors of the company. He's essentially saying NAMA's response to us is not broad enough and is too tight, and saying there's no debtor involved. Deputy Wallace is saying there were directors of a company, of the purchasing company, associated with the debtor, and he believed that should come under the 172 declaration. And I think we'll ask NAMA to clarify. We'll forward the correspondence from Deputy Wallace and ask for specific clarification on that.
Yeah, can I just make a point on that? We've received several pieces of correspondence on Project Nantes, and we tried to deal with it when NAMA were here last, but they weren't in a position to answer any questions in relation to it, or at least the questions that were being put. Now, we're getting information which we can't take all of it at face value, right? But there's a lot of questions being raised in relation to it. if you go back to Project Eagle, the reason why we were able to examine Project Eagle was that the CNHE did a special report. So what was the genesis of that special report in the sense that why was Project Eagle picked out and why was there a special report done? And in your work in terms of your engagement with NAMA, I mean, you audit NAMA, yeah. Is Project Nantes then something that you have on your radar for future work? So I'm just trying to fix, because we're getting bits and pieces here and there. We don't really know how to handle it. We're going over and back with NAMA, and then we have other people acting almost in between that, telling us, well, don't believe that, it's something else over here. So I'm just trying to work out how we deal with it, or not, and whether the CNAG is across some of these issues. Yeah,
I think people should note that Project Nantes is a 2012 disposal. So, yes, we obviously audit the financial statements of NAMA each year. We hadn't examined Project Nantes in the course of the 2012 audit. However, it certainly is on my radar, given the issues that have been raised. We have sought information from NAMA. We haven't got all the information we sought yet. When I have that, I will consider whether any further work, including a Section 9 value for money report, might be done in relation to it. In relation to Project Eagle, we had intended including Project Eagle as part of the sample that we were examining in the context of the Section 226 report, which is a separate legislative requirement. But the more we examined it, the more it seemed that there were concerns that needed to be looked at in further detail. So I decided to concentrate on that and do a value for money report in relation to Project Eagle first, and then the process that we use there would be used to inform the examination we did of other loan sales. And
just to follow up on that, because when we looked at Project Eagle, there was an awful lot of issues that arose in terms of deviation from sales practices, how conflicts of interest were managed and all the rest of it. So I think it would be a bit naive of us to think that those type of issues didn't arise in other loan sales. Here we are now getting information on a significant loan sale. So, I mean, if it is the case that the CNAG is across it, I think that's where it needs to be done. And I'm happy enough with that, we may see something come from that.
We'll keep updating.
Just for what it's worth, I mean, I think that you said that you will consider a Section 9 report potentially on it. I think the committee should ask you to do one. I mean, I know it's not our remit to do that, but I think...
well, it is actually, I mean, the committee could request me to carry out...
that's a matter for the committee. Marc MacSharry certainly thinks we should ask you, but it's a matter for the other members.
Separately, but that's a fair point. The Deputy Connolly just indicated.
Just Chair, generally on this, well, I'd be happy to wait for the Controller to come back when he gets his further information to see his viewpoint, and certainly the committee can have a role. But just... NAMA was set up arising from the failure of governance, the failure of regulation. Okay, and NAMA have come before us, and we've had the most serious concerns, in some instances, in relation to the lack of governance and so on. Isn't it ironic that we're here in this position all over again now, and we're struggling with an organisation that was ostensibly set up to deal with the outfall of the lack of governance, the lack of regulation, consensus thought and things being done, we'll say in a very wrong way. And now we're back struggling in a David Goliath position. I've used that phrase very often. Trying to deal with little bits of information. I don't know anything about Project Nantes, only in relation to the correspondence we're getting. And we were struggling to get something as basic as a Section 172 declaration, which is something very basic. Then we turn out that's not relevant for that. And we're left. And I went back to the point, and I'll finish on it, in relation to disclosure and upfrontness. There is a duty on NAMA to help us. They are a public body set up with public duties. So there's a bigger issue here for us.
There is, and okay.
Yeah, just.
Well, look, so there'll be a debate on NAMA's surplus or the expected terminal surplus. So this committee will be able to raise those points in the chamber as well as in this committee. But the CNAG is seeking information. We've gone back for further information. the whole issue of the 172 declarations, the CNAG has raised that. It doesn't seem to have been very well policed. I'll just put it as gentle as that by NAMA, and so it's an issue we will come back to. You know,
I think we've all got concerns about loans that were in NAMA, and people seem to be back in control of assets that possibly, you know, they would have gained by virtue of getting back into a position without appearing to have the ability to do that. And it does, that for me seems, I mean, that's the genesis of this. That for me is a concern. People were not supposed to, unless they could buy something at par value, they weren't supposed to be able to, you know, buy back their loans. Right. But it appears, well, whether it's only anecdotal, but what kind of follow through afterwards do NAMA do? Now, there could be people fronting for other people and things like that.
And that's the essence of the 172 declaration, to ensure there's no the person or no connected person with the debtor is involved in buying back the same assets, and the CNAG has commented on that. We're back to that section 172. We feel
which is quite restricted. It specifically refers to the disposal or the sale of land or assets, and it doesn't include explicitly. It doesn't include the sale of a loan. So I think it is there are legal issues, I think, that arise in relation to it and what it means and how enforceable it is.
I'm going to, if it's appropriate, are you able to give us a briefing note on the section 172? Or should we ask the Parliamentary Legal Advisor for a briefing note?
There is a section in the 226 report, the progress report, which is already in the public domain, which you can certainly look at. But I think perhaps a legal view in relation to the matter, looking at the implications of it,
because
in conjunction with what we've presented.
So we're going to ask the PLA here internally, and we might just clarify the brief, but I think this is an issue. Look, we'll try and move on because we want to. The next item on the agenda is financial statements of accounts received since the meeting on the 15th of November. There's only one. It's the National University of Ireland, which is to promote. That's the old NUI that's nearly wound up now. It's only a accounting turnover in the accounting period of 3 million. Most of the universities are now.
I believe that it's in a wind-up situation. I think it's a continuing body.
But in a reduced role. It's not over all the universities.
Well, it's an umbrella organisation. It maintains for example, the register of graduates of universities of the university for election purposes, and it performs other functions, oversight functions. But
the register for the Shannon elections is something else.
Somebody has to do it.
Book of fiction in Ireland, but anyway, we'll come back to that one again.
The register for the Shannon election.
For the NUI constituency.
For graduates. I think
you're okay, Chairman. I'm on the Shannon reform. I'm working on that. We'll have it all.
Problem solved. Over to you.
No problem. Okay. Have a report before Christmas.
Right. And the next item, I'm skipping.
No giggling about the Senate, please.
No, I'm talking about the NUI and the TCB.
No giggling about the Senate.
No, I'm only talking about the graduate panels.
What about the Seventh Amendment to the Constitution that was never acted upon?
Outside our remit. Look,
what are the Public Accounts Committee doing on that?
Don't know anything about it. Okay, no, I do. We're running a little behind time with the witnesses coming in. So the work programme, there's no change on it. We can come back and discuss it next week. And I'm just saying, our work programme. The next meeting is the Department of Employment Affairs and Social Protection, large agenda, and if members of any specific issue, please get it into the Secretariat by Monday in relation to, by tomorrow if possible, but Monday at the latest, if there are specific issues you want dealt with in the opening statement or in the briefing material to be provided, and to give them an indication. But it's a very extensive work programme. We probably won't complete all the chapters on that department and the vote, because there are 5 chapters in the CNAG's report, so we might probably have to take a second bite of this department. So in the meantime, anyone has specific issues for that department, get it into the Secretariat to give them as much advance notice as possible. Pardon? Yeah. Okay. So at this stage, I'm going to suspend while the witnesses take.
Before you
before we
finish
suspend
on the work programme, just the person that we had in last week in private session,
Yeah.
where we're going to have a discussion about.
Yeah.
And
Actually, in private session. So will we schedule it for next week in private session?
To decide on our course of action.
Yeah.
Next week in private session.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next week in private session, we'll have a discussion on that issue. Okay. So, Deputy Farrell.
Unfortunately, I'm flitting between committees
that.
this morning, so my attendance is going to be sporadic, I'm afraid.
20 hours.
Okay, thanks. Okay, look, we're now suspended for 5 minutes while the witnesses take their seats. Back in public session. And we're dealing today with the 2017 CNAG report, Chapter 15 on hepatitis C treatment in Ireland. Today we were meeting with the Department of Health and the HSE on matters related to Chapter 15 from the CNAG's 2017 report in relation to hepatitis C treatment in Ireland. We'll also be looking at the management of matters in the HSE to prevent medical negligence cases. We had a meeting with the State Claims Agency on the management of medical negligence costs and open disclosure. We've teased out many of the associated issues, and I don't think we should return to these today. Today's meeting is important as it gives us an opportunity to review the particular case of hepatitis C treatment, what the implications have been and whether lessons have been learned. What, if anything, has been learned by the HSE in relation to the hepatitis C case? The State Claims Agency has told us there is an estimated liability of $2.4 billion in active clinical claims. This figure is growing each year. We have discussed with the agency how the figure can be reduced through open disclosure mediation. However, to quote the old saying, prevention is better than cure. And I think if costs are to be really reduced, it is by ensuring that there is a reduction in the number of serious medical incidents in the first place. Today we need to focus on what institutional learning in the HSE has taken place and to understand the changes that have been implemented as a result of this, such cases as the Hep C and the cervical check issue. We need to hear from the HSE in relation to what they have been doing to reduce the risk of a number of cases of medical negligence in general, and I hope this serves to frame the discussion so we don't go beyond that issue with the Department of Health and the HSE here today. We're joined, because it's an issue, we can come back to other broader HSE issues on another day, but we're in on this particular issue here today. We're joined from the HSE by John Connolly, Director General, Colin Henry, Maurice Tate, Aidan McCormack and Ray Mitchell, and we're joined from the Department of Health by Jim Breslin, Secretary General, Michael Conroy, Finian Judge and Pamela Carter. Can I remind members and witnesses and those in the public gallery that all mobile phones should be switched off. I wish to advise witnesses that by virtue of 17(2)(1 of the Defamation Act 2009, witnesses are protected by absolute privilege in respect of their evidence to the committee. If you are directed by the committee to cease giving evidence in relation to a particular matter and you continue to do so, you are entitled thereafter only to qualified privilege in respect of your evidence. You are directed that only evidence connected with the subject matter of these proceedings is to be given, and you are asked to respect the parliamentary practice to the effect that, where possible, you should not criticise nor make charges against any person or persons or entity by name or in such a way as to make him or it identifiable. Members of the committee are reminded of the provisions of Standing Order number 186 that the committee shall refrain from inquiring into the merits of a policy or policies of the government or of the minister of the government or the merits of the objectives of such policies. While we expect witnesses to answer questions put to by the committee clearly and with candour, witnesses can and should expect to be treated fairly and respect at all times in accordance with the witness protocol. We will take the CNAG's opening statement and then we'll have a statement from Mr Breslin and Mr Connolly. I understand Mr Breslin from Health has to leave. If we're here in the afternoon, you can't be here in the afternoon.
I understood you had business scheduled in the afternoon. I have a cabinet committee on health in the afternoon. Ultimately, I'll be here as long as you need me.
You're free to attend that. But in any way, the HSE, in the event we don't get finished before the vote, just in the event, I don't know yet. There might be a brief period in the afternoon after the voting schedule. Just don't know yet. So we'll see as we go along. But if we keep the meeting precisely to the topic on hand today, we'll try and complete before the vote and then do our own private business in the afternoon. So, Mr McCarthy.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, as members will know, hepatitis C is a disease caused by a virus that infects the liver. The Health Service Executive estimates that between 20,000 and 30,000 people in Ireland may have the hepatitis C virus, many of whom, if not successfully treated, may go on to have significant medical needs as a result. Recent advances in the drugs used to treat hepatitis C have resulted in significantly improved treatment outcomes, and the Health Service Executive has set a target to make hepatitis C a rare disease in Ireland by 2026. However, each course of treatment is expensive, varying from between €23,000 to €92,000 per patient, depending on the strain of the disease. Around 1,700 people, mainly women, were infected with the hepatitis C virus through the administration of contaminated blood and blood products during periods in the late 1970s and again in the early 1990s. A number of schemes put in place to compensate and to support those affected were subsequently extended to include persons similarly infected with HIV. Expenditure on these schemes is accounted for in a variety of ways. In undertaking this review, I wanted to compile an overview of the expenditure already incurred as a result of the contamination. I also wanted to assess the progress being made by the HSE in relation to its current strategies and plans for treatment of hepatitis C. The expenditure in 2017 under the schemes to compensate or to assist those who contracted diseases due to contaminated blood or blood products totalled €36.4 million. Between 1996 and 2017, a total of just over €1.5 billion was spent. Compensation schemes, including insurance subsidy payments, accounted for €1.18 billion of that total. Almost €300 million has been spent on the provision of hospital and primary care services for those affected. The HSE published a comprehensive national strategy for dealing with hepatitis C in 2012. The strategy included 36 recommendations covering the areas of surveillance and data collection, education, prevention and communications, screening and testing, and treatment. The implementation of the recommendations has been mixed, with just 10 considered to have been fully implemented and most partly implemented. The national strategy noted that a comprehensive programme had been put in place for patients who had acquired hepatitis C through contaminated blood products, but recognised that the needs of those who had acquired the disease through other means had not yet been adequately addressed. The Department of Health published a plan in 2014 for the establishment of a multi-year national hepatitis C treatment programme, which commenced in 2015. This aims to prioritise treatment for those at greatest clinical risk. Since 2015, the Department of Health has allocated €30 million a year to fund delivery of the treatment programme. In the period 2015 to 2017, over 2,100 patients have completed treatment. As my report was being compiled, information in relation to treatment outcomes was available for 90% of those treated in those years. This indicated that the treatment was successful in clearing the hepatitis C virus in around 94% of cases. The majority of the annual budget allocation is used to purchase treatment drugs. Under the terms negotiated with the drug suppliers, a percentage of the purchase price for a course of treatment is subsequently refunded in the form of a rebate. The average cost of treatment net of the rebate was just under €28,000 per patient in 2017. It's a complex challenge to ensure treatment delivery to the maximum number of highest priority patients in 8 main treatment centres, with varying drug costs per virus strain within a set budget. This is added to by the price rebate arrangement. In 2017, the HSE envisaged the smooth utilisation over the year of the available budget of €30 million. What happened was that payments for treatment accelerated ahead of planned levels in the second quarter, resulting in the majority of the available budget having been spent by the end of July. This led to the suspension of the programme in mid-year and uncertainty about what would happen thereafter. As indicated in figure 15.7 in the report, significant rebate receipts in the third quarter brought the net spending level back into line. Figure 15.8 indicates the impact this had on treatment delivery, with significant front-loading in the first half of the year and a stop-start pattern in the second half. The chapter makes a number of recommendations in relation to management of the treatment programme. The HSE have indicated that they accepted all the recommendations, and I'm sure the Director General will be able to update the committee in that regard. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you indeed, Mr. McCarthy. And now Mr. Breslin, opening statement. Thanks.
Chairman, I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to meet this morning. I'm joined by my colleagues Michael Conroy of the Department's Blood Policy Unit and Mr. Finian Judge of the Community Pharmacy Policy Unit, as well as the HC Director General, Mr. John Conahan, and colleagues. The Controller and Auditor General's review of hepatitis C treatment in Ireland, set out in Chapter 15 of the report, provides a very comprehensive overview of this issue. I do not propose to go over that ground in detail. However, I will speak to some of the issues examined in it, in particular the compensation tribunal established for people infected by blood and blood products, and the national programme for treatment of people with the hepatitis C virus. Infection of people through the blood supply was a tragedy of immense proportions, causing great pain and suffering to many people. Approximately 1,700 people in Ireland became infected with hepatitis C or HIV through infected blood products over the period up to 1994. These included women who received anti-D immunoglobulin, people with haemophilia, people who received blood transfusions, and people being treated for renal disease. The Hepatitis C and HIV Compensation Tribunal was set up to compensate these individuals. It was established on a non-statutory basis in December 1995 and on a statutory basis in 1997. In 2002, the Hepatitis C Compensation Tribunal Act was amended to extend the tribunal's remit to include HIV and to allow for claims by dependents of people who had been infected. The tribunal is currently made up of 6 ordinary members, all barristers and solicitors, and is chaired by Karen O'Driscoll. Ms O'Driscoll is a senior counsel specialising in medical law and employment law. The Compensation Tribunal is independent of both the Minister and the Department of Health. The Tribunal considers cases and makes awards in line with the legislation. Claims are dealt with either by way of an in-camera oral hearing before at least 2 members of the Tribunal or by an offer of settlement. Claimants are entitled to be legally represented at the hearings. The Department's role is to make payments in line with the awards made by the Tribunal. The Tribunal has been hearing claims continuously since 1996. The Tribunal made 3,569 awards up to the end of 2017. Expenditure is currently approximately 25 million per year. To the end of 2017, the Tribunal had a cost of a total of 1.18 billion, covering awards, legal fees and administrative costs. In the years since these infections were discovered, a wide range of actions have been taken based on the recommendations of the Finlay and Lindsay tribunals to assure the safety of the blood supply. These include the following. The Consultative Council on Hepatitis C was established in 1996 and the National Haemophilia Council in 2004. Both bodies ensure that those most concerned have a say in matters involving hepatitis C and the care of patients with haemophilia and other bleeding disorders. The IBTS has documented a range of policies and procedures covering all aspects of blood transfusion screening, and the implementation of these is reviewed annually by the Health Products Regulatory Authority, the HPRA. Ireland has a sophisticated testing regime for screening blood donations, and this is kept under continuing review as science and technology develops. The annual HPRA inspection of the IBTS, a key recommendation of the Finlay Tribunal, addresses compliance of its blood-related operations with relevant EU and national legislation. The latest report from 2017 found that the IBTS was in compliance with legislation. No critical deficiencies which represent a risk to patients and the safety of the blood supply were identified. Turning to the National Hepatitis C Treatment Programme, hepatitis C is a very serious disease. The public health risk involved is much wider than that pertaining to those who were infected through the blood supply. It is estimated, in line with international data, that there are upwards of 30,000 people in Ireland infected with the hepatitis C virus, with over half of these cases undiagnosed. It is also estimated that over 70% of people with hepatitis C are or have been intravenous drug users. In 2015, in line with the recommendations of a Department of Health advisory group established by the Chief Medical Officer, the HSE established a national treatment programme for people with hepatitis C. Although treatment was in place for patients before 2015, it tended to be local, without consistency of approach, and outcome measurement was fragmented. The National Hepatitis C Treatment Programme is a multi-annual public health plan to treat all people with hepatitis C in Ireland, irrespective of the source of infection. It is delivered in a range of healthcare settings with a view to making it a rare disease in Ireland by 2026 and eventually eliminating it. The programme has received €30 million in annual funding since 2015. This structured programmatic clinical approach allowed for the early and timely introduction of the then new, very expensive but cost-effective direct-acting antiviral treatments for very seriously ill citizens. These treatments are capable of effecting a cure in over 90% of cases. The programme has a programme manager and a clinical lead, supported by a clinical advisory group and an overall advisory committee. Apart from access to antiviral treatment, it provides a national register to measure treatment plan outcomes, access to treatment based upon agreed clinical prioritisation in line with international criteria, a clear decision pathway for treatment access involving patient prioritisation, registration and reimbursement approval, treatment for both state-infected and other patients, and it also provides that all state-infected patients, clinically prioritised or not, were to be offered treatment by the end of 2017 in conjunction with clinically prioritised patients being treated. I am pleased to say that this latter goal has been met. All state-infected patients identified as suitable for treatment have commenced or have been offered treatment. The HSE has advised a 98% success rate in this group of patients. The HSE has consistently driven down the net cost of treatment per patient, and because of this, within the existing annual budget of €30 million, it expects to treat 4 times as many patients in 2018 as it did in 2015. Among its other achievements are the following. Nearly 3,000 people have successfully been provided with treatment for hepatitis C since 2015. Hepatitis C was eradicated in the Irish haemophilia population by end of 2016. Treatment commenced in paediatric patients in 2017. More patients are being treated each year as the programme achieves better value in drug procurement, up from 350 in 2015 to an expected 1,800 in 2018. Treatment is available to all patients who are clinically prioritised, with no restrictions on availability other than treatment capacity. Treatment is provided outside of the hospital setting through HSE addiction treatment centres. This began on a pilot basis in 2017, with plans for additional sites, including prison and homeless services. A treatment registry has been established with the National Centre for Pharmacoeconomics, and the current virus clearance rate at 12 weeks after treatment is over 95%. The Irish Health Service is a vast undertaking delivered by people for people. The Department recognises the overriding importance of patient safety and quality in the delivery of health services. By any measure, the planned and programmatic treatment of hepatitis C has been very successful. However, it is now time to move to a new phase of identifying and treating at-risk individuals and populations. The Department has received a proposal from the HSE to use some of the savings in the annual €30 million budget to develop treatment capacity, which would enable more people to access services. The Minister has given his agreement in principle to the proposed broadening of the model of care into community-based programmes, subject to details on the deployment of resources being worked out with the HSE. This should lead to an even more comprehensive programme, which will include all elements of care, including screening, testing and treatment. It will be a significant step forward in realising Irish, European and World Health Organisation goals of making hepatitis C a rare disease and eventually eliminating it. When I was before this committee in 2015, Chair, I noted that €30 million had been made available by Government to roll out the hepatitis C treatment programme at that stage, and that while we cannot undo the damage of the past, it was expected that this would represent a very good use of the State's resources. I am glad that the results we have confirmed this to be so, and that by any measure the programme has been very successful. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Mr. Breslin. Mr. Connerton, opening statement, please.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee, and thank you for the invitation to attend the committee meeting today. I'm joined by my colleagues Dr Colin Henry, Chief Clinical Officer, Ms Michelle Tate, Programme Manager for the Hepatitis C Programme, and Professor Aidan McCormick, Clinical Lead for the National Hepatitis C Treatment Programme. And with your permission, Mr Chairman, I think I would like to pick up my opening statement partway through to avoid repetition of some of the points that have already been made. So, the National Hepatitis C Treatment Programme is led by a clinical lead and a full-time programme manager. It is supported by a programme advisory group which provides oversight and strategic advice to the programme. The group is representative of key internal and external stakeholders, including researchers, public health specialists, clinicians, pharmacists and service planners, to ensure successful implementation of a multi-annual public health plan for the treatment of hepatitis C in Ireland over the coming years. Since 2015, the National Hepatitis C programme has provided treatment to now 3,600 patients, beginning with those most in critical need. The programme has commenced the extension of hepatitis C treatment away from the traditional hospital-based model, where appropriate, and integrating it into community-based healthcare within a number of HSE addiction treatment centres. The initial outcome from these programmes are extremely positive, with each patient engaging fully with their treatment, and for those who have completed their treatment, they have each received a sustained virological response, that is, a cure. Additionally, the programme is planning a further extension of treatment availability within the community setting outside of these clinics. The National Hepatitis C Treatment Programme has established a treatment registry which records anonymised data in relation to patients provided with treatment. The registry monitors treatment uptake, activity, prescribing trends and patient outcomes. It also provides a platform for clinicians to register patients whom they intend commencing on treatment. The Controller and Auditor General examination of the treatment of hepatitis C in Ireland recommended the linking of data collected through the notifications of hepatitis C under infectious diseases regulations to the National Hepatitis C Treatment Registry. The HSE does agree that linking this data is beneficial in terms of planning of treatment. However, this presents a range of difficulties from a patient consent, data privacy and feasibility perspective. Our Division of Public Health is currently now looking at the barriers that need to be overcome in relation to linkage. The HSE is continuing to develop its existing treatment registry to ensure any patients diagnosed with hepatitis C are registered with the National Treatment Registry. The Controller and Auditor General report also makes recommendations in relation to continued planning of treatment and monitoring uptake to ensure patients continue to be identified for treatment and linked to care, so that hepatitis C can indeed be a rare disease in Ireland by 2026. Chairman, I'd now like to turn to another aspect, and that's the management of and learning from serious incidents. It is the policy of the Health Service Executive that all incidents are identified, reported and reviewed, so that learning from events can be shared. In support of this policy, and based on us learning from incidents across the Health Service, the HSE in 2018 published its Incident Management Framework. This framework sets out elements of the systems required for a responsive and proportionate approach to the prevention of incidents and the management of and learning from incidents which have occurred. It places considerable emphasis on the importance of learning and the sharing of this learning at all levels in the organisation, nationally and at hospital and community level. When an incident occurs, services are required to carry out a rapid risk assessment and take any immediate actions required to ensure that no other person is harmed. Following a formal review, the findings and recommendations must then form the basis of the development of an action plan, with a focus on the improvements required to reduce the risk of occurrence. The framework stresses the importance of sharing the outcome and findings of the review with other services. Cognizant of the criticism that some incidents recur, step 1 of the incident management process focuses on incident prevention, and indeed there are 6 steps in total for this framework. We know there is a strong link between the need to proactively manage risk and the occurrence of incidents. An example of this would be where a service puts in place a falls prevention strategy and then monitoring the occurrence of preventable falls against this. The HSE has also recently established a project team to develop a mechanism so that learning from local reviews can be considered alongside information from a number of other sources. For example, closed claims and complaints which relate to the provision of clinical care. Since 2013, the HSE has undertaken an annual review of completed incident reports. This analysis focuses both on the quality of the reports and the analysis of findings. The findings are themed to identify key areas of weakness. The National Incident Management System, or NIMS for short, hosted by the State Claims Agency, enables services across the HSE and relevant funded agencies to report and manage all safety incidents. As an end-to-end risk management system, it facilitates the management of a safety incident through its life cycle, from initial reporting through the review process to the tracking of implementation of recommendations, whilst also fulfilling the legal requirement to report incidents to the SCA. A range of reports are produced from the NIMS system at each level of the organisation. These allow services to monitor trends, the timeliness of reporting, the severity, incidents reported, active claims and outstanding liability. These reports are used as part of the performance management processes and used in conjunction with other measures at local patient safety and quality forums to disseminate information and to set out objectives for improvement. This concludes my statement, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Connolly. And the speakers for today's meeting have indicated in the following sequence. First speaker is Deputy Kate Connolly, is 20 minutes. Deputy Cullinane is second speaker, 15 minutes. Catherine Murphy, third. Jonathan Bryan, fourth. Catherine Connolly next, and Deputy Marc MacSharry, each is 10. So I'm going to today to try and ask people to stay strictly to your allocated time limit so we can complete this before the vote. We don't want to come back in the afternoon. So if I cut you short after your 10 minutes, one or two might get a second chance to get in, but we want to try and complete this before the vote, which will be about 1 o'clock. So, Deputy Connolly, 20 minutes and the clock is on.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for coming in this morning. I just want to focus on where we are now as opposed to the tragedy of people infected with the blood products back in the day. The UN has a target to eliminate hepatitis C, I think by 2030, and our aim is 2026. What I'm concerned about is that it appears that it's the low-hanging fruit that have been targeted in the initial phases. So it's people that are more likely to adhere to a medical regime, people that are easier to get to. And if we estimate the number of patients at 30,000 and we say we're going to do 1,800 a year, well, we're not going to, well, not us, you're not going to achieve your target by 2026 of eliminating this disease unless we double resources or you double work efforts to eliminate. It's a communicable disease, and the concern is that the medical treatment came out in 2014, it was licensed in 2015 in Ireland, and there was a significant price reduction, and I compliment the people who negotiated that. I wouldn't be giving yourselves too much credit. Most countries negotiated a significant price reduction in it, so we weren't standing alone on that. Have you any idea, has anyone done any studies on where if we've cured or eliminated the disease burden or load in 3,000 people, have you any data to show us how many more people have been infected, either through intravenous drug use or exchange of bodily fluids or by whatever means? I'm assuming that the lead is in charge of reaching targets. So I can't see anywhere in any of the reports an annual target to be reached. So it looks like we're kicking the can down the road to 2026 and we're saying it'll be all fixed then, but there's no targets on an annual basis. The cohort of patients that are hardest to reach, those with intravenous drug use, possibly 15 or probably half, we'll say, of the estimated amount. They tend to be very, very hard to engage with. They tend to lead chaotic lifestyles. But in my experience as a community pharmacist, having worked in a methadone service now 10 years ago, usually you find when you engage with people like this, I don't mean to paint everybody with the same brush, that they do tend to adhere to regimes and they do tend to turn up at their community pharmacy, and the relationship tends to be strongest between the community pharmacist and the person who is receiving the methadone treatment. So I do very much welcome the suggestion that this is moved into a community setting, because I don't see how else we're going to target that portion of the population. Obviously combined with the prescribing doctors being involved. I'm sure the pharmacists will be anxious to negotiate a very good price for the reimbursement of such treatments. There's a figure quoted there, 23 to 92,000 per patient. Now, my understanding is the drug cost is around 10,000 per patient now. So could whoever knows the answer tell me what that figure is. Is that the price of administration? Is it the price of the doctor's fees? Or is there something I'm missing here? My understanding is it's about 10,000 is the negotiated price at the minute. In other countries, I've seen evidence that there's been deals done with the drug company to say, well, look, we'll give you whatever, 100 million to treat whatever many patients, but if we find another 2,000 patients, you have to treat them. Have you made any innovative actions to try and get the best value out of the drug companies when it comes to dealing with this? And what I'm very concerned about is the database, and I do get the confidentiality issues, but it seems to me to be completely unacceptable that you don't know how many people have it, we don't know who they are, where they are, it's communicable, so it's very important to know your data set and who has it. To me, it seems like it's quite an ad hoc approach to it. And if you're trying to tackle an infectious disease, you have to go at it from every strain. And it looks to me as though the easiest people have been dealt with and we've left the hardest people to the end. And I find it very concerning because I don't think we're going to in any way reach our target. And also the 1,500 or the people, the IV drug users, there's apparently 1 in 3 homeless people are Hep C positive. And that is a big concern if people are living in communal hubs or hostels or that sort of environment, because I imagine the risk of transmission is extremely high. So we're back to my initial question of, have you any idea how many reinfections, how many more people are coming on? I'm going to leave it at that and you might answer and I'll come back to you then.
Okay. Whoever. Mr. Connolly.
I think most of this is probably for the HSE. I wonder if we could start with the first question for Professor Aidan McCormick, perhaps, in terms of the forecast of numbers, and then Mr. Tate, if you can move on to the rest of these.
Okay, sure. In terms of the forecast of numbers, we've actually done a modelling exercise ourselves, and we think the figure is actually closer to 20,000 than 30,000, and this is very consistent with the most recent study published by the HPSC, which also calculated about 20,000. So I think that's the figure. Part of the confusion here is that the notified results up till 2012 notified people who were antibody positive. So they included people who had the virus and cleared the virus. So that's 15,000 you see, includes about 4,000 people who have cleared the virus. So there's confusion about that. But we think it's about 20,000. I would agree entirely with Deputy O'Connell that we've targeted the low-hanging fruit, the people who will come to the clinics, and we have to target the people who are in the community, and that's exactly what we're doing. We have 4 treatment programs now linked to methadone, and I would share her observation that the patients who are on the methadone treatment program are extremely good and extremely compliant, and the one thing these people know about is drugs, and they know when to take them, etc. We've had huge positive uptake on that, and we're expanding it out into the community, and hopefully we're expanding it to the level 1 and level 2 GPs and the community pharmacies, and that process is ongoing. I'm not sure whether I've answered the question.
You might want to say something about the annual target and the position that you forecast to 2026.
Okay, I mean, we've thought about this. Forecasts, we can forecast numbers, but we've taken the approach, we want to find as many people as possible and treat them as quickly as possible. And we're telling the centres, you don't have a number to treat as many as you can, and if you're running into any sort of roadblock in terms of the numbers of people you can treat, we will give you more resources to treat them. Because I think spending time on hugely detailed plans, which will then fall apart, because these patients are difficult to find, we don't know the exact numbers. In terms of the homeless, the There's a study recently done by the Safety Net Group looking at 700 people in hostels and homeless and all that. Now, these were people who didn't know they were hepatitis C positive and agreed to be tested. Only 2% of them were actually positive. So it's the figure is bandied around about a third of the homeless people. That's not fully based on fact. There certainly are quite a lot in the homeless sector, but when you actually go and look at them, you find much fewer. The other thing about the hepatitis C...
Sorry, you have to admit that it's not ideal having a population carrying hepatitis C, not knowing it, whatever, but knowing about it, in an enclosed communal setting. I think it's really not ideal.
Absolutely. And part of our plan is we're currently in a procurement process to get mobile fibre scans which tell people about their disease. And we found that when you go into a community setting, we've tried these in the drug treatment centres, and you go and tell the patient, we've got this machine and it can look at your liver and it'll give you a number and tell you whether, how much damage is done to your liver. People queue up, and they've great faith in a number in a machine and a thing. And that's our plan, to get these machines, go into the hostels, go into the drug treatment areas and test the people.
Drug costs, perhaps, and innovative measures.
And the price.
Okay, so the published price that you see in the report is the cost price. That's the list price of any of the medications that we're using to treat the patients at the moment. They are before we would apply a rebate that we would receive back from drug companies. So part of what we do when we go to procure for drugs, and we've done 2 procurements so far through public tendering, and I suppose the reason why we say it's between 23 and 92,000, that is the cost to the hospital that's providing treatment to a particular patient. How the HSE reflect the savings then is through rebate arrangements that we negotiate with the pharmaceutical companies as part of the procurement. So,
and when that rebate comes back,
yeah,
where does it go? Does it go into the general hospital budget?
No.
It goes back into this particular 30 million basket.
It does. So the PCRS are responsible for reimbursing the cost of the drug that the hospital purchases to treat the patient. The PCRS are also responsible then for negotiating the collection of rebates from each of the suppliers based on the commercial terms that we will have agreed with them at a particular point. So I suppose the actual commercial terms are in confidence with each of the suppliers in the agreements that we sign. However, we would expect the average cost of treatment in 2018 would be below €15,000 per patient, or less than that.
Including the hospital money. So 15,000 for the drugs and the hospital, or 15,000 just for the drugs?
15,000 for the drugs. So the hospital will always pay the full list price of the drug directly to the supplier. They will have that full cost reimbursed to them by PCRS. PCRS then will go in parallel to negotiate the rebate back from the supplier. So that's where the saving is made. So the €30 million that's in the pot in PCRS is an expenditure out, income in type of arrangement with the suppliers.
I suppose my concern is in general that we have this, and this happened, the emergence of hepatitis and I suppose the emergence of the drug to treat it, which was a phenomenal achievement. And I now look at cervical, and I look at Australia, and they have essentially eradicated, or heading towards having eradicated cervical cancer within 10 years. And if I look at when this started, 2004, and now we're 2018, I go, well, I see this as, while you've made very good steps, it has been with the low-hanging fruit, it has been with really good advances in drug treatment. So I go, I don't see that if the same people are trying to eradicate cervical cancer that you'll be successful, because if this is the approach, I don't think, like if we always try and take the easiest options and deal with the low-hanging fruit, well then, I don't see how this sort of approach, if we don't actually know how many people have it, 20,000, 30,000. If we don't know where they're located, if we don't know exactly how many, well, we know how many have engaged with the system. It seems to be a sort of a make it up as you go along approach, as opposed to a let's deal with this and tackle this and eliminate it in the country?
I think the 2004 to 2018, where we are now in terms of hepatitis C treatment, I think the big advancements in treatment has really only happened in the last 3 years in Ireland and internationally as well. So I suppose the patients who we have treated with these drugs in that period, and I suppose back to when the programme was established, the programme was established on the basis that we would begin with the patients who were sickest, who were most in critical need, and that we would offer treatment to all of our patients who were infected through state-contaminated products. So I suppose, and I can't comment, and maybe my colleagues will, in the cervical check trajectory of treatment and so on. However, for hepatitis C treatment, I think with the cost of the drugs in the first 3 years, which were phenomenal, we had no rebate arrangements in place from the beginning of the hepatitis C treatment programme, and the programme has, on its own initiative, gone and procured drugs and reduced the cost in line with other countries, as you have suggested as well. I think the information that we have in relation to numbers of patients who have hepatitis C and where they are in the system and how we get to them, and yes, that is a difficult piece of data for us to capture. However, I think our data is getting much better. I think there are far more opportunities for people who have been infected previously or who are currently infected with hepatitis C to be identified, and that they are tested, and that treatment is available and made available to them. So I think we're at the beginning of another 10 years of treatment until we get to eradication within the Irish setting. But I think we've done what we've set out to do so far. And in terms of treatment numbers and target treatment numbers going forward, and I would agree with you that it has to be more about treating numbers of patients to get to eradication. If we were simply to go with the number of patients to treat every year, I don't think we would get there. So I'm very pleased that we are beginning to move into other settings other than the hospital settings, that we will be making improvements in the screening of patients for hepatitis C and the opportunities that we will have to actually diagnose more of our population and know who they are so that they can be linked with care. So
and in terms of the 36 recommendations and only 10 having been taken on board, what's the answer to that? In 2018, when we have we're 3 years into the drug being on the market, it seems like and it's not overly complicated. When you read the report, they're not asking for too much, the recommendation. So why is that there, that inertia there?
I think, just to say, that the hepatitis C strategy was written quite some time before the National Hepatitis C Treatment Programme was established. It was written during a period where the treatment availability was poor in Ireland and the access to treatment was poor, and I suppose the developments of medications has really only happened in the last few years to treat hepatitis C. So I suppose the strategy was written at a time where we didn't have access to all of these treatments. However, for the recommendations within the National Hepatitis C strategy that are in the process of being implemented, they are to do with areas that have such a wide span across the whole organisation, across the addiction services, and the strategy talks about improvements in screening, in linking people to care, in education, in prevention, and they're all things that we have to do in tandem with providing the treatment as well, and they're all ongoing pieces of work. And I think to get to fully implement all of those recommendations is a work in progress.
I understand that, and I can understand why there's an issue when the report came out before the drug was licensed. Yeah. But all of the same principles of education, prevention still exist. And I don't really buy that, I suppose, that the report is sort of out of date as such, in the sense that it was before the drug, because most of the stuff in it, we could have just layered the treatment on top, added it as another page. It just seems strange that for something that's costing so much money, and if you think of the cost of a hospital admission for somebody who is not treated, I don't know the price, but I imagine it's huge. to not treat and end up in acute hospital with cirrhosis or liver cancer or whatever complications you might have from untreated hepatitis. So, you know, just it seems such great value for money, 15,000, be it 20,000 per patient versus and leaving the money out of it, the impact on the patient, whatever the reason for their condition.
Okay, no, Mr. Breslin wanted to indicate just a minute.
The earlier point, I just thought it would be useful for me to clarify the mandate that the people were working to, because they've done the work against the mandate. The mandate, when the 30 million was made available, was first do state infected, and we have done that. We've done all of that, and 98% success rate. And there was a particular rationale to that, which was that these were the people who were infected by the state, and the state owed an extra responsibility with this new drug to get to them quickest, and that was the decision making that was done at the time. The second bit was based on clinical prioritisation to move beyond that group into the general population. So do the sickest first. And this was at a time when the drug was at its most expensive. In fairness, people have done that, but they've also come back and said, with the drop in the price of the drug, we can expand this programme, we can bring it to the community, we can mobilise to get more and more people involved, which is exactly what you're arguing for, and it's where we are now and where we need to be to get to 2026.
Do we need a new strategy then? Do we need an updated, like, do we need to just get rid of this one and fix it up?
So the strategy, the earlier, it's a very different situation now when you're going to somebody saying, we have an effective treatment, and it's a treatment that you will be able to get through in a time-limited period without major side effects.
3 months, it's important.
So going out to the kind of people that Professor McCormick has talked about as a strategy is now completely different to where we were before, and that will be part of the programme's rollout, trying to do that in a way that really gets people to mobilise and come on board with this. And the signs are that this is really successful, the pilots that have been done in the community setting.
Yeah, can we move on? Thank you for the first series. And Deputy Cullinane, 15 minutes only.
Margaret Coherlook, can I start, if I can, by putting Mr. Breslin and Mr. Conaghan at ease that the Public Accounts Committee is not a court. There are no kangaroos here, so you can rest easy. And can I also just start, I don't know who can take this question first. I'm not sure if it's the HSE or the department, but how many cases are outstanding to be heard by the Hepatitis C Compensation Tribunal? Would that be you, Mr. President?
Yeah, I believe, I haven't got it in front of me, it was about 456, it might be before, Michael will give it to me now, but it's of that order. There will be cases that can add to that. So somebody who's a dependent and a person dies, they can then enter a claim at that stage. So it is a moving position, but as of today, I think it's 456.
Would it be fair to say that most of those cases, the remaining cases, would be adults who were infected when they were children?
So, sorry, it's 455.
Yeah, but of the profile of those 455, would it be fair to say that they're mostly adults who were infected when they were children?
Mostly. It's a combination, actually. Now, most of the claims are dependents. So people who are a dependent of somebody who is infected. And there's also the next category is people who have lost their carer or have lost consortium with somebody, so where the death has taken place. And then the primary claimant, there's only 75 primary claimants left in that 455. Within that, then, maybe the question is, your question was, are they mostly younger people? I don't know, to be...
Would it be mostly young men?
I don't know. We don't know.
Ms. Tate might know, she seems...
Michelle thinks so, yeah.
We have so part of the response that we had to the state infection of patients was we established a database of state-infected patients. Now, they had to consent to their clinical data. It's an anonymised, it's a research-type database. It tracks their disease progression. So we capture data such as age, gender, and other conditions that they live with as well. So I think we have somewhere between 75 and 78% of patients have consented to their data going into the database. The average age of patients who've consented to the database is around 68 years of age. It is predominantly more females than males because of the anti-D administration. So we actually publish reports. We have a report that we will publish before the end of this year that details the clinical position of those patients, and there's also some demographics in there as well in relation to age and so on, and route of infection would be part of the data that we collect.
Okay. Can I just at this point as well, if I can commend Dr. Brian O'Mahony, the CEO of the Irish Haemophilia Society. I know he has worked with Mr. Breslin and with the HSE as well. So that organisation has done huge work for those people who suffered as a consequence of this scandal or this issue. And I know I spoke to a number of people who have been through this and have been compensated, which is why I'm just concerned about those who are still going through the process. It can be complex and it can be difficult to determine a liability because of you have to determine loss of earnings, whether there was a loss in terms of a career path and so on. Is that still an issue? Or is that one of the complex natures of arriving at a settlement for an individual?
Yes, but that's very much done by the tribunal based on individual cases and circumstances. If I could just, I know I'm taking up the Deputy's time, if I could just agree with the Deputy on Dr. Brian O'Mahony and indeed the haemophilia and hepatitis C communities in general. A key, we've been asked to consider learning. A key learning is this from an absolutely horrendous place for this country and for those groups. We have managed to work with them on the redesign of services with patients at the heart of that. The National Haemophilia Council, the Hepatitis C Council, and indeed Brian O'Mahony, where I worked with him first, was on the product selection group, where the haemophilia community sits round the procurement process to procure the blood products that are used in Ireland, mostly used by the haemophilia community. So that tells you the ownership that they have of this issue, and I think there is a learning for us in all of what we've been through over recent months. How do we involve patients in the work of the health service as a very core partner in its service delivery, and not after the fact when things go wrong? We have to do that too, obviously.
Thank you, and that's appreciated. If I can move to the CNAG's report at this point, which is primarily why we're here. So page 165 of the report, when it talks about the insurance scheme, it notes that the HSE does not have a current estimate of future expenditure to be incurred on the scheme. Why is that, Mr. Conhan? Why is there no estimate?
So originally, when the hepatitis C insurance scheme was established, the initial expected cost of that scheme was in the region of 90 million. That was based on a evaluation that was taken at that time by the Department of Health, and I think the expenditure on the insurance scheme to date has been around about 9 million in the 10 or 12 years since it has been established. So we don't expect that the costs will be 90 million over the duration of the scheme. We don't have a current estimate of what we think it might be, but we don't believe that it would be 90 million.
Okay, and if I can just hold you there for a second, because the CNAG, Mr. McCarthy, you put that in your report. So is it that you're simply noting that there is no current estimate, or are you saying that that's a difficulty?
No, I think the point was expressed that it may not be as high as the 90 million, but there isn't a figure.
Okay.
And I suppose...
so there wasn't a learning from the no figure being available or no figure being there. It was more that you were just noting that there isn't an estimate.
Exactly.
That's all.
Yeah.
Okay. On page 167 of the CNAG's report, it also talks about, in 2012, the HSE estimates that between 20,000 and 30,000 people were infected with hepatitis C, with around 10,000 individuals living with chronic infection at the end of 2009. That was, what, 6-7 years ago. So do we have up-to-date figures? Or is it still around the same figure, or has it changed?
I think if you look at that graph there, figure 15.3, you can see in 2011 there was 1,234 cases reported, and then in 2012 there was 874 reported. That's when it changed from antibody and PCR positive patients to just PCR positive patients. So we've done an estimate looking at the positive viremic patients, looking at our data from the drug treatment centres, looking at our data from the hospitals, and we think 20,000 is the figure. But the trouble is there are unknowns here, and you won't know till you get to the end what the exact figure is. But we think it is 20,000.
Okay, and just following on from that, you mentioned it earlier on, Mr. McCormick, while you have the floor, you mentioned the modelling study.
Yeah.
So this modelling study was European-wide, is that correct?
No, this modelling study is us. It's just on our data.
Okay. And it estimated that the number of people infected was 29,500.
No, 20,000.
No, the modelling study. I'm looking at page 167 of the...
No, that's an international study, but our study using our data is 20,000.
Okay, so there was two modelling studies then?
There was no other modelling study on our data. There's assumptions. The assumption based on some UK data that 50% of the people are undiagnosed. They just take the figure that 15,000, are reported to the HPSC, which just double it. But we don't believe that 50%, for a start, that figure of 14,000 is incorrect.
Okay, maybe just help me with this then. So I'm looking at page 167 of the CNAG's report, and it's on 1526. And it says a modelling study in hepatitis C prevalence in 2015 carried out for the 28 EU countries estimated the number of people infected with hepatitis C virus in Ireland was 29,500.
Yeah, but that's not a modelling study using individual data. That's just taking published stuff over the European Union and saying this is what it is in this country and that's what it is in that country. It's not using our individual data. And we think with the one that's published is by Dr. Garvey from the HPSC about 2 years ago, 2017, in epidemiology, European epidemiology. That's the most up-to-date one on the basis of virus reference laboratory data, and that gives almost exactly the same figure we've come up with. I think it was 20,200 or something.
And how did the modelling study work? Because is that an estimate then?
The modelling study in the virus reference laboratory was done on the basis that they took blood samples which had been sent for various virus studies but not for hepatitis C, and then they tested them anonymised, so they thousands of samples to try and figure out who were the undiagnosed proportion in the country, and using that with the people who have actually been reported, giving an estimate in the country. So their figure is 20,000, our figure internal figure is 20,000. We think 30,000 is an overestimate.
Okay. If I can move on then, because I'm just working through the CNAG's report on page 168. When he talks about the undiagnosis and the national screening guideline for hepatitis C. But you go on to say, Mr. McCarthy, that no national guidance for healthcare providers has been developed. Is that still the case?
No, I don't believe the national screening guideline that the HSC published in 2017 sets out a process where anybody who works in any part of the health service and beyond that within the prison service, for example, works to a set of guidelines where patients are identified on a risk basis and are tested for hepatitis C based on risk. And the screening guidelines sets out the criteria where patients who may be at risk or who may be identified as having previously been at risk are recommended to be tested for hepatitis C. So there is a national guidance in the form of our national screening guideline that we have produced and published since 2017.
Okay, well, maybe Mr. McCarthy might help me then with what was meant, because if I could just read it directly, where it says, with regard to reducing underdiagnosis, the HSE, in collaboration with the Department of Health, published a national screening guideline for hepatitis C in 2017. The guidelines acknowledge that while screening for hepatitis C had been ongoing in many settings, national guidance for healthcare providers had not been developed. So I'm just trying to understand what that means.
I'd need to go back to source in relation to that, but I think this has been in the report, and we would have looked for confirmation from the HSE that was correct.
But just bear with me. So there's a contradiction here in terms of the response that Ms. Tate has given and what the CNG is saying. So either national guidelines were in place for healthcare providers or not. So it's either a factual observation that the CNG made or it's wrong.
It was an observation that at the time of the audit was conducted over the period which was to the end of 2017. At that stage, and for quite a significant amount of time prior to us publishing a national screening guideline on hepatitis C, whilst we had a lot of hepatitis C screening taking place, we didn't have a national guideline. So the point that's been made in the chapter is that we didn't have a national approach to screening, though screening was taking place. Now we do have a national guideline for screening in the form of a screening guideline that was published in 2017. So
well, maybe if you can give us a note on that, and then maybe if Mr McCarthy can follow up on it, and if he's satisfied that that is the case, then there's a match. But at the moment, I don't see a match. But if there is one, that's fine.
No, I think the point was that we didn't have a screening guideline, and now we do.
And that it went on to recommend the putting in place of that.
Yeah. So it has been put in place.
The screening guidelines have been published and are in place.
Okay. And on the same page, 168, 1531, it talks about a strategy document that was produced by the Eastern Regional Authority in 2004, which set out recommendations to enhance prevention, treatment and surveillance of hepatitis C. It says the report was never published and an implementation plan was not developed. Why was it not published?
I think what I don't know why it wasn't published, but I know that it was used.
Sorry, you don't know why?
I don't know why it
wasn't.
It wasn't
Does Mr.
published.
Conaghan know why?
No, I don't know why it's.
But what I would say is that it actually formed the basis for the development of a national hepatitis C strategy. That strategy that's referred to was a strategy that was written for the Eastern Regional Health Authority area. So it was confined to that region. I suppose with the move in 2004 for quite a lot of our services moving on to a national basis, that strategy was then developed into a national strategy.
I understand that. Yeah. It's for one part of the country, a region, but it was a report that was done. So what we're trying to establish here is the CNHE has done a special report, and he notes and observes a number of issues, one of which was that this report was done in 2004, but it was never published and there was no implementation plan that followed. So it's an obvious question that was going to be asked. We're following through his observations. Why was it not published? So if Ms Tay can't answer it, surely somebody, if Mr Breslin can.
The answer is the best probably answer there is that organisation was wound up and became the HSE, and people's responsibilities then moved into national responsibilities, and rather than implementing something in one region that should be implemented nationally, it then formed the basis of a national approach and a national strategy.
Well, but again, if just to help us as members of the committee, that's a reasonable response, right? Why is that not in this report? I mean, I'm assuming that when you do your report, Mr McCarthy, does your report go to the HSE for comment?
It does, yeah.
I don't see that response in this. That would have, you know.
Although the footnote, I think, is indicative of what was happening organisationally at the time.
But the footnote doesn't explain it. It just says that the Eastern Health Board was subsumed. But there's a clear observation when you're reading the report that there was a report that was done, it was never published, and there was no implementation plan. So there's going to be obvious questions, well, why was that not done? So
both things are correct, and I'm not taking issue with the controller is right. The piece of work was done, it didn't form part, wasn't published, and an implementation plan wasn't done. If people had stayed in place within that organisation, I'm sure they would have. But when they took on roles in the new national body...
And my quarrel is not with you on this one, or even with the CNHE. I'm just saying it would have been more helpful if that had been incorporated into the report. I think we would have been in a better position to understand that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, I produced the report, so I need to address that. I think what we were trying to do in this part of the report was to give an overview of how the service had developed, and to a certain extent that there was stopping and starting for whatever reason. So if you look at the diagram, there was the Eastern Regional Health Authority report in 2004. The next significant development in terms of developing a strategy was 2012. Now, obviously, there were many reasons why there might have been delays, including structural reasons. Probably that's not the only one. I would imagine that, you know, other priorities perhaps got in the way as HSE you know, was developing national strategies across many fronts.
One last question, yeah, and I nearly finished. I just want to come on to that report. So the National Hepatitis C strategy from 2011 to 2014. Again, the CNHE makes a number of observations in relation to this strategy. The first of which there was 36 recommendations, some of which have not been implemented. But you go on to say then, Mr McCarthy, on 1533, that the strategy did not set target outputs in terms of overall treatment numbers. And that's something that I always look at, is targets being set to make sure that we have some sense of what the output is going to be, and we can measure
progress.
So Is that your observation?
Yeah, that was my concern there, that we would
considered?
be looking to see, if you like, quantifiable things, that you could determine the extent to which progress had been made in implementing.
So my point is, did you see that then as a weakness in the strategy?
I would see that, yeah, where it is possible to set a quantifiable target, a meaningful quantifiable target, then it should be done.
So could that be addressed? One, why wasn't that quantifiable target made? And two, how many of those 36 recommendations have been implemented? Did you deal with that, Mr McCarthy? How many were not implemented?
Yes, in the diagram that's there just on screen now, you can see there was one not implemented at all, and then there was partial implementation on the others.
Okay, those are my final two questions.
And the second opportunity, and Deputy Murphy's next. Thanks.
Thanks very much.
Well, the questions were answered. Sorry.
Pardon?
The question was, why is there no targets, and two, why have the recommendations not been fully implemented?
Okay, so can we maybe turn to the one that's not been implemented at all, and then we'll have a comment on how far along we are on the amber category, which is partially implemented. Professor Connolly, could you deal with the one that's...
And just it's the setting of the target outputs as well, the absence of them, and that can also be addressed.
Well, we deal with both of these in the same thing. It seems to me that you might want to relate the answer to that question to where we are with the current model, which gives us now, let's say, a better platform to consider the future demand. Okay.
Right. I suppose there's a difference between an accountant's approach to this and a clinician's approach to this. And I mean, our approach is to treat everybody we can who's in the clinic, and that's what we've told the institutions. For example, for next year, we've treated 1,700 this year. 1,700 will, by the end of this year, will be treated. Hopefully more, but probably 1,700. There are about 1,000 on the books in the hospital. We're probably going to treat 1,800 to 2,500 next year. They're not around. We have to go out and find them somewhere else. There's no point in us setting a target for 300 for Beaumont when they've only got 200 patients. So our approach has been treat as many as we can, as quickly as we can, and get to the end. And certainly we can put targets in there, but they're going to be wrong. Is that a useful thing to do? I mean, from a clinician, we just want to eradicate this as quickly as we can. And with a bit of luck, with what the tools the department has given us, and the fact that we are now implementing Sláinte care, we're moving treatment out of the hospitals into the community, I think we're going to eradicate this before 2026.
Can I just hold you there for a second? I think this is important in terms of the work that Mr McCarthy does for us. So that seems again to be a reasonable response. So I'm assuming that that response was communicated to you, but it's still in the report that there's a weakness. So is that it wasn't accepted?
Yeah,
or is
I don't think it was put in exactly those terms. But for me, having strategies and having plans, and particularly where there's budgets involved, it is important that there be targets set so that you can establish whether you're hitting the target or not. I think I would certainly accept that there has been better performance. If they had set targets, they would have probably set them lower. Now, I think just in relation to the delivery of the programme in 2017, my understanding was that the treatment target was 1,600, but that wasn't achieved in 2017. I think everything has changed with the, I think the drug type has changed, the cost has dropped, so therefore it's time to reset the target. But I think, I don't think that we need to have a disagreement about maybe what is important for clinicians as opposed to for accountants. I think both perspectives are valuable in the thing.
Before I move to Deputy Murphy, just on that, is this a demand-led scheme?
So it is at this stage.
Yeah, so it's probably hard to set a target. I understand both points, but it's probably hard to set a target for it. That's that's a bit like setting a target how many illness benefit claims will arise.
Yeah, although
next year.
it's probably even a step on from demand-led scheme in that you have to create the demand. Whereas in lots of schemes people will apply. The issue here is that we have to get out in the community and tell people about it and create an awareness that we have a treatment, and in doing so we'll get more people into the programme. I think it's possible to construct a middle ground between the two perspectives. The one thing would be to continually review your targets, because this is changing so much so quickly that we wouldn't set a target that turned out to be under ambitious and then only meet the target.
Yeah. Okay.
Chairman, could I just make the point that I wouldn't agree that it's a demand-led service at the moment. It's actually budget controlled. And if you look
capacity and resources,
if you look at figure 15.8, which is on the screen there, you can see what happened in 2017, where effectively the clinicians would appear to have been responding to demand at the beginning of the year, but they actually had to stop in the middle of the year because the budget ran out. Okay. So there is a demand there, but the critical thing in terms of the control was budget in 2017.
And so just to explain.
That's the point.
Oh, it's not. No, it's not.
The need is out there, but you need to get the people who have a need but don't know it into the scheme. And the only thing I said was it is now. I think we're moving to a stage now where we don't have enough people. We have to go and find them. At the start, when I talked about the prioritisation, we had too many people and not enough money. But we are actually now moving into.
So for 2018, have you enough money to deal with all of those you've now identified in 2018? And presumably you're working on the estimate for next year. Next year is the same.
Yes.
There won't be what happened in 17, the big demand and then the drop off.
I think, as Professor McCormick has explained, the job of work next year will be to go and find more people. If we're really successful, we might find a whole load of more people. But the challenge is that we have a list of people and we have more capacity to treat them than would be on that list. So we need to find more people.
So what's the budget for next year?
30 million.
And for this year?
30 million.
And for last year?
Straight 30 million from the start.
So you're saying you're over the hump instead of numbers, because 30 million wasn't enough for last year, based on the CNH's chart, but you're saying it's enough this year and it'll be enough next year?
Yeah, so two things have happened. The price has come down and we're getting through the backlog of people that we already know about.
Okay. You can treat more because of the reduced price. Okay, we're getting there. That's a useful exchange, and thanks, Deputy, for that. Deputy Murphy.
Yeah, this one I remember very well because I was one of the people who got an anti-D at the time and was screened in the 1990s when there was a similar crisis to the one that we've seen in relation to cervical check, in relation to people being very scared. I was one of the lucky ones that got a negative result, but some of my contemporaries got positive results, and the prognosis was really very awful at the time, and there was a real worry about contaminating, I mean, some of it was people were infected in the late 1970s and would have subsequently had further children and were worried about the children being infected and partners and husbands also. So it was a real crisis at the time, and I remember it very well because when something touches you personally, it's not something you forget, and certainly when you look at others who weren't as lucky and got a positive result to the test, it was you could see the challenges that they were facing with fatigue, and and the drugs are very the changes in the drug advances are incredibly important from that point of view, because it is an absolutely awful infection if you haven't got the ability to manage it. The idea that we have that drug and there would be people in that position, and I think it's Deputy O'Connell made the point. When somebody is going to have to be managed in a hospital, if the infection is not managed, there's a quantum in relation to that if there is damage done and permanent damage done. So you have to look at it in terms of how efficient it is to manage this by way of not trying to roll back on damage that's already done. Can I just ask, in relation to a few things that kind of jumped out, the opening statement by yourself, Mr. Breslin, the people that were infected through the infected blood in the 1970s and the 1990s. obviously it would have been anti-D, it would have been people who received transfusions, and haemophiliacs were very prominent at the time as groups that should be concerned. And you're talking about 1,700 people in Ireland became infected. And then you go down further into the statement. I'm just trying to reconcile the two. The tribunal had been hearing claims continuously since 1996. The tribunal made 3,569 awards. Why is there why are the two different?
Two things. One person can be the subject of more than one claim, and then one person, so individually they could have a claim, they could get paid on a provisional basis, and then they could re-enter a claim subsequently. So that person individually has two, but also their dependents could enter a claim. So for one person, other family members could enter a claim. That's why it's more.
And do you have a profile of that, of family members, the rate of infection and things like that?
We do have a profile between primary what we call primary claimants and others, and we can give that to you.
Yeah,
and the other thing I thought might be useful for yourself, based on what you've said and what you went through, there were 16,200 women who got anti-D. Yeah. They were tested, and 1,000 of those turned out to have hepatitis C. So that was the scale of this.
Yeah.
Sorry, just bear with, for the non-medics, will you just go through that again?
So 16,200 women had received anti-D over the periods where the issue of contamination arose. Okay. Those women were then screened for hepatitis C, and 1,000 of those women were found to have hepatitis C.
Right, okay. Can I just ask, in relation to the drugs that are available, is there any difference in the cost here as opposed to other European countries?
We know that there are different costs. Each of the drug companies will negotiate different terms in different countries. We don't have intelligence on that, but we do have limited information that we can get, because every country does the same as we do. So they would negotiate a commercial and confidence agreement whereby there's a particular percentage of a rebate applied based on sales. So every country has negotiated something different. We believe that we would be quite favourable in the terms that we have with the commercial companies that are operating throughout the EU. So I think in comparison to where we were a few years ago, I think we have become one of the countries who's probably getting really good, if not one of the best value on the cost of the drugs for Hep C at the moment.
And even though we have a small population, and this is a relatively, it's a small group relative to our population, would we not have a higher rate of hepatitis C contamination or infection because of the contamination, or is that something that happened elsewhere as well?
I think there were other countries certainly where there were contaminated products used around the world. I believe there were other countries as well, but I think our population size with hepatitis C would be considered, Ireland is considered to be a country of low prevalence of hepatitis C, so we are in line with other countries, inclusive of the 1,700 infected through state products.
Okay, and can I ask in relation to, I mean, there was 1.18 billion covering awards and legal fees, and there must have been some learning. Was there a kind of a post-mortem done on the entire, things that what was handled well, what was handled badly? Like we've a habit of creating problems or causing crisis, not necessarily only in the healthcare system. We're very good at causing crisis in a whole lot of different things and then going and resolving. It's kind of a national pastime, but we don't always learn from the experiences of the past. Was there anything done that that would have been a look back on how what happened and how you would do it differently in terms of when the problem emerged, or could you have seen it before it happened? Just maybe I'll ask that question. I want to follow it up with something that's in the same family of things then.
I think absolutely, because we spent 2 tribunals separate to the compensation tribunal trying to identify the learning in this case. and it has informed subsequent approaches. So to give examples, one of the things identified is that while the issue is being figured out and how did it happen and so on, there are people affected and they need supports, and generally in situations like this the first response is to stop the problem from a patient safety perspective. That didn't happen in this case. There was contaminated blood in the blood supply, and it continued after the knowledge of that was in the service. There's an absolute understanding across the health service in terms of patient safety. If a patient safety issue happens and it has an ongoing implication, that you have to intervene immediately to stop that. The second learning is that you have to look back and see who were the people who were potentially affected by this. And there's learning around that. And I would say, and there's lots more learning, but I'd say the third piece of learning is that of those people who are affected, while legal process and other things may take their course, there will be supports required, and you should work proactively to put in place supports in that situation. And in recent times we have done that in different circumstances, in symphysiotomy, in Lourdes, in cervical check, try and work with people on an individual basis around their supports.
Okay, because the management of medical negligence is part of what we're talking about today, and it strikes me that, and it's very welcome that there's learnings, and I'd be, you know, I think there'd be something wrong if there wasn't. But I've got to say that and I've raised it here last week, I've raised it in the Dáil a couple of times. It strikes me that there is some things that haven't really been learned, and the idea that, and I'll just make this as a comment rather than, you know, look for an extensive reply or anything. The idea that women are still looking to get copies of their slides in relation to cervical check looks to me like there's a very legalistic system still, and that, you know, looking at the person that's affected seems to be a secondary aspect in relation to, you know, at the very least getting the medical information. And indeed, there was an article in the Sunday Times in relation to the issue in Crumlin in terms of the genetic testing, and the Minister has, or probably the Department of Health, have initiated a review of 335 positive BACA genetic tests, and indeed there's 3,500 further ones to be reviewed. They'd be the negative tests. But there was a report, for example, in 2014, and this goes back to what you said about, you know, could you have seen it earlier? There was a report done in 2014. It was initiated by the HSE, the Donna Newman report, and it showed serious dysfunctionality. And now we're just seeing something in a Sunday newspaper in relation to a claim. And now, as a result of that, you're looking at a review being initiated. My concern is, I mean, this looks like a very serious issue. It's on a par with the cervical check and indeed the blood contamination scandal that we're talking about. But it strikes me that the very thing that you talked about seeing things earlier is not happening, because if there's serious dysfunctionality identified in 2014 and we're at 2018, and there hasn't been a root and branch review to actually deal with this at that point, it strikes me that there is a lot more to be learned. There were recommendations of that report that were never implemented, for example. And I think it just falls into this same category of things.
We're on
Yeah,
time for
maybe you just, yeah.
The HSE can comment on the report and the recommendations. I know there's work underway on that and an international involvement in that service to bring about improvement. But the specific question about the bracket test, that was identified as a transcription error, and the 300 or so positive tests are being worked through, and that will be completed. But as of today, there have been no further errors identified in that. That does fit with the principle that I've said, where if a signal issue is identified, that you look what are the other cases that might be relevant to that, and you do a look-back process through those. So it is in line with good practice. There's a serious incident team in Crumlin through the Children's Hospital managing this. Again, even in a situation where something like this has happened, and again is truly wrong and tragic in the individual circumstances, the incident management approach is to look beyond the individual circumstances into any wider risk that might be there, and to do a look-back process through that. And that's exactly what's been done in this situation. And the findings to date are that it's an isolated error.
And you're saying absolutely categorically that this is a transcription error?
That's what the findings to date are, that in this one case it's a transcription error, and so far there have been no other errors found in the positive tests that have been reviewed.
I have a doubt about that, but that's I have a reason to have a doubt about it. Just in relation to the cervical check, why was the learning from the blood contamination in relation to a cervical check in terms of working with the person who has been the subject? Why are we still trying to get? Why are we still waiting to see these women getting their slides?
I'll maybe start on this, and Dr. Henry can also perhaps come in. We have been requested to provide on a slide-by-slide basis, okay, the history of when that slide was requested, where it was dispatched to, and what the turnaround time was. I think Mr McCalgan here at previous evidence session has intimated the average turnaround time was 22 days, and the maximum turnaround time was something in the order of 70 plus days, okay? So we're in the process of drawing that together. You will get that very shortly. It will show the exact timetable we were requested. I would, however, say that perhaps the most recent issue at hand is the one about the observance of the protocol that we have. And that's very simple. The protocol simply asks, what is the transport method? Okay? Where is it going? And who's going to be responsible for the receipt of those slides? Okay? Most requesters of the slides, which are done through legal representatives, have observed that and are happy to do so. Okay? We have got an issue with, I think, perhaps one or two latterly, and we're seeking to overcome these issues, but you will very shortly get a full report on the actual timetable associated with this.
Yeah, go on to Deputy Brian.
Yeah, okay. Can you put me down?
Put your name down, but we'll be tight. We'll try and squeeze people in before the... And Deputy O'Brien. We're down to 10-minute slots to get everyone in. Yeah.
If I won't even take the 10 minutes, I'd say. Just in terms of the waiting time between assessment and the beginning of treatment, what is that waiting time roughly?
For hepatitis C treatment?
Yes,
yeah. It depends on the unit, but there's very little. We've got capacity to treat people now, and we have taken away barriers, so we don't biopsy people anymore, and we don't have any barriers in terms of alcohol use or drug use. Basically, when you come into hospital, it's the ability to turn up for your appointments. So if you turn up for 2 appointments, you can be treated. So most people who go into the system now are treated within maybe 2 months. Treatment has started.
Okay. Would that be longer for people outside of a hospital setting? So, for instance, within the prison service?
Well, within the prison service, we're trying to expand that at the moment. The difficulty in the prison service is blood testing. the prison nurses aren't trained in phlebotomy, and patients who, and the hepatitis C nurses who go into the prison service, it can be very difficult to get access to the patients because the place can be in lockdown, or there aren't prison officers to bring them up. So we have a major difficulty trying to get, it's about 6 weeks delay now in some prisons to get a blood test for hepatitis C, and we're working to overcome that. And we have a meeting with the IPS in 2 weeks over that. 50 patients have been initiated in treatment with hepatitis C so far within the prisons this year.
And when we identify risk groups, obviously intravenous drug users, I would imagine, would be a high risk group.
Sure.
Where are we targeting those individuals? I presume it's through drug addiction centres, but at that stage, I mean, very few intravenous drug users will get to the stage where they're actually in an addiction centre. Some of them will end up in prison. So, I mean, there's a cohort of people who may not actually engage with services. Are we actively trying to target that group? And if so, how are we doing it? And what methods are we using?
You're right. I mean, Ireland is actually pretty good in terms of opiate substitution therapy, and recent data from across Europe suggesting that about 54% of people with active opiate use in Ireland are in the OST service, which is higher than most European countries. It is very difficult to target the people who aren't in opiate substitution, who aren't in hostels, who aren't in prison. We're trying to target those 3 areas, but outside of those areas, it is very difficult. Now, you can go on the soup run, with the Simon community is a possibility. But it is, if people aren't somehow linked in with therapy, and the difficulty for us is, the advantage of opiate substitution is people will come for their methadone. But if they're chaotic and they won't come for their methadone, how are you going to treat them with the antiviral therapy for 8 weeks or 12 weeks? Because it's very expensive medication, and if they take it for a few days and then they stop it for a week, you're going to get resistance and you won't be able to treat them subsequently. So you're absolutely right. It's very difficult to see how we're going to get this very hard to reach community, and we don't have a good idea.
I want to just keep on this area. So if we have an intravenous drug user who is diagnosed with Hep C, and we're waiting about roughly 2 months, you said, before they could begin treatment?
In a hospital setting.
In a hospital setting,
yeah.
Okay. What's the issue then? I mean, I presume, and I know this not from personal experience, but from family experience, you would have those individuals sharing needles.
Yep.
So how prevalent is that, and how are we trying to address that issue? I mean, we have the needle exchange program running, I think in about 120, 130 pharmacies throughout the state at the moment. One of the policy areas, and I know you can't comment on policy areas, but one of the policy areas where I think could really benefit in this particular issue is the safe injecting centres, which are being proposed for Dublin on a pilot project. And I'm not asking you to comment on the policy direction that we're taking, but just if you have any experience in terms of international models of how safe injecting centres can actually form part of the overall health policy in terms of preventing Hep C, particularly around intravenous drug users from sharing needles.
Yeah.
If you'll just give us some brief comment on that from your experience.
I think it's fantastic. I think it's the way to go. It's safer for the drug users, it's safer for the community, and certainly if people are using clean needles. And I mean, I'd probably go further and say you should probably give these people the opiates rather than them buying on the streets and giving the money to criminals. But I mean, that's a different area. And if they're in the drug, in the injecting centres, you've got access to them. You can go and talk to them, and you can go and treat them. and I think they should
To
all be
screen them.
treated. Screen them and treat them, because these people are the people who are maintaining the epidemic. You know, you want to get to the people who are chaotic and who are sharing needles and treat them to prevent further infections. So I think it's an excellent idea.
And
you're speaking personally there now. When
yeah,
you get
sorry, personally, sorry.
I
sorry.
want to, I'm sure it's not the official policy, but it's a valid point. But it's the personal.
Maybe just on the policy position, I won't go into the dispensing of the drug, but on the supervised injecting rooms, which is policy and which we're to do a pilot in, and that's well advanced at this stage, there are 90 drug consumption rooms operating around the world, and we've looked at those, and undoubtedly there is a reduction in bloodborne transmission of diseases in those, and also it prevents an opportunity to get a public health message across to people, including people who have hepatitis C, about how they could deal with that. So this is one of the core rationales for why we would use supervised injection.
And the reason I wanted to just highlight that is because a lot of the discussion when we talk about safe injecting centres, which I fully support and I'd like to see them rolled out beyond Dublin, the pilot project, is we talk about fatalities and how we've never had a fatality in a safe injecting centre internationally. But there are other health benefits, such as preventing Hep C spreading. So I just wanted to put that on the record, just in terms of the prison service, because my understanding is we almost have a screening process within the prison service when it comes to Hep C. Is that, I mean, I know it's not a statutory screening process, but I mean, it's as good as, and I just wanted to clarify, is it a voluntary buy-in by prisoners, or is it in effect a screening process within the prison service?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't worked in the screening service, so what I'm told is by the nurses who work there and with the Irish Prison Service, and I'm told that prisoners are offered the option for testing, but they have to accept it. It's a civil liberties issue. But getting the blood sample is the problem, and there have been studies done using saliva and using blood spot, but really getting a blood sample is the way to go.
Okay, and two more brief questions, just in relation to cases that are diagnosed. Do we have figures of how many people may have contracted Hep C from outside of the state? So, for instance, I'm talking about the immigrant population who may be seeking asylum here, or who may be in direct provision, who we know have Hep C. Do we look at that in terms of trying to identify potential risk groups?
Yep. It's certainly the immigrant population is, we've done estimates of this using the census figures and using the international figures in drug prevalence in the various countries they come from. And the figure I came up with was a net 392 migrants with hepatitis C viremia per year, because a lot of migrants come and go. But net figure, probably about 400 a year, is what we estimate.
And do we treat all?
Well, the thing is, when we talk about migrants, we're talking about people coming from Poland and from Romania. You know, they're not known to the health service. They come here and they work. So if we're talking about migrants who go to the migrant reception centres, they're offered checking.
There's a report that's just recently been published. We can send it to you. The HPSC have just produced it, so they would kind of look at the diagnosis of hepatitis C in 2017 in Ireland and have given a breakdown which would include the country of birth, because that's recorded for anybody who's diagnosed positive. So we can send a copy of that that's just recently published in the last week or so.
And if I can turn to
report, Hep C, we have a copy of in a briefing note, yeah.
I obviously didn't do my homework. But Mr. President, if I could turn to the CNAG's report, and this is not, I'm not being critical in any way. I'm being genuine because I have an interest in this area. Just in terms of the recommendations, which are amber, and there's only one red, which is a positive. Most of the amber ones, which are only partially implemented, are in the education area. And a lot of them is around the provision of resources for addiction centres, residential beds, and even if you look at the last number of years, and I know we've been through a really tough time economically, or in terms of the economy, we haven't seen a huge increase in the number of treatment centres. We have seen a bit of an increase in terms of residential beds, mainly from the private sector. But one of the areas where I keep saying it is the adolescent scene. We only have 4 residential beds for adolescents in the state. And if you could just give us maybe a brief comment on where we are in terms of the education recommendations, and how are we confident that any of those amber are going to turn to green in the next 12, 24, 36 months, and what partnership has been done with the HSE in terms of the treatment and addiction centres?
So I won't talk to all of the hepatitis C ones. Some of them are specific hepatitis C. But if I talk to the drugs and addiction service and the role it has to play, we, as you know, have produced a new national drug strategy, reducing harm, supporting recovery, and we have refreshed the governance and interdepartmental involvement in that. So all of the departments of state that are relevant and the agencies of state that are relevant meet. That's chaired by the Minister of State, and a lot of interagency work is underway. The allocation of resources has started in line with that strategy. I'm not here to make a case that we have completed that. We've started it. 9 million made available in 2018 for a range of different initiatives, including the supervised injecting room, but also money available for addiction services for under 18s. So very much you were talking about treatment places and beds, but also getting people into communities to work on a multidisciplinary basis with children who have addiction, putting in place young people's counsellors, clinical nurse specialists and so on. So we do have a range of initiatives underway. We could supply details to you on the detail of those, and they do play into the space of making services more accessible, but also prevention and harm reduction. And I think a lot of what we're talking about here is harm reduction, that people who are engaged in harmful activity understand the implications, and we work with them to try and limit that and try and get them away from behaviour that's harmful to them. And that is the core of the National Drug Strategy.
And that's where the community, and I'll finish on this, Chair, 30 seconds, that's where the community, I suppose, provision of services, particularly post-release or from either prison, where somebody may have gone through an addiction program, or from the addiction centres themselves. And I know that that's voluntary, and I know that we give people the information of where and how to engage with community-based services. Do we have any register of, or any numbers or any stats around the percentage of people who would engage with those services? Or do we have any stats in terms of people who actually disengage from the services following an addiction program? And finally, do we have any stats on how many people would relapse in both settings? So somebody who disengages from the service, what's the relapse rate? And somebody who engages in the service, and what's the relapse rate there? Because I think that kind of information is good information, particularly for a drug user, in terms of when they come out of addiction. People who disengage from the services are far more likely to relapse than those who don't disengage from the services, and that's a message we need to be pushing out to that particular community as well.
Yeah. So we do, this is not an easy area to establish reliable information, and the Health Research Board, which does a drug prevalence study, goes to great lengths because it's illicit use that you're trying to establish. So if you just ask somebody in the shopping centre, they're not going to tell you the answer. So they put a lot of methodology behind this in the prevalence study, and I don't have them with me, but we can we can supply them to you. Certainly the biggest drugs that come through that are not using needles, they're cannabis, they're cocaine and so on. But we can try and extract out of that relevant information that you might be interested in and supply it to you.
Or we could just legalise it.
There's people making points here that as
and then we can get
I've not been seen to endorse in any way.
And that was a personal comment,
exactly.
but that wasn't on behalf of the public council.
But we're getting interesting personal comments both from the witnesses and from the members here today. So, Deputy Connolly.
Míle maithagad agus fáilte rómh agus gur míle maithagad as bhór bhí sé part of unrach agus díreach agus thug sé freigra. I just want to thank you. And actually, it's refreshing to get such comprehensive information in an open manner, and thank you. But I think Mr. Breslin's comment that the people who are affected, particularly by the state, are coming from a horrendous place. And I think that has to be borne in mind. And I think the image of the McCall family and a certain minister, but I leave that outside the room, but the McCall family at that point will stay in my mind forever. So that's the background to this. Having said that, just Professor McCormack, and I welcome your open contribution. Just in relation, you feel we'll meet our target well before 2026. What are you basing that on?
I would hope we'd meet our target before then, because I think we're ramping up, and if we can get things into the community treatment programs we've established have overperformed rather than underperformed. And I think this is one area of the health service that everybody is trying to help you. You know, when you're trying to, there's people queuing up asking us for access to treatment with GPs in Galway and Limerick and Waterford and Cork.
Just on that, you see, that's reassuring. Yeah. But what I'm looking at is a strategy that was set way back. The strategy time is over, and the recommendations haven't been complied with. And at that time, it was recognised that people's lives were chaotic. I don't like that word. I think they suffered very chaotic experiences that led them into that. But it was recognised the importance of community way back at the start of that strategy.
Sure.
Okay, so specifically, what progress has been made in relation to reaching out into the community, given that it was identified back in 2012? And I noticed there was a pilot project in 2017. Where are we with the pilot project? Has it completed? Have we learned from it? And what are we now rolling out next year?
Sure. Well, we have 4 pilot programs in the opiate substitution therapy. We've got one in Dunleary, one in Castle Street, one in the Drug Treatment Centre, and one just started in North Dublin. So they're being prescribed in the they're being prescribed and dispensed in the drug treatment centres. So there are community projects. There's also a project in the Mater Hospital where they link with Safety Net, and the patient comes to the hospital once and then it's dispensed in the community. So there are 5 community-based, and there's one in prison, the prison service, and that's in Mountjoy and Wheatfield, and I can't remember the 3rd prison. But basically, we're trying to ramp up all of those. We're trying to establish a service in Limerick. We have difficulties in engaging with the University Hospital in Limerick because I think they've lots of challenges, but we're trying to establish a treatment programme in the drug treatment service directly in Limerick, and if necessary send a hepatologist down on a once-weekly basis to see these patients. We're getting these mobile fibre scans so we can go out into the community.
Have you analysed communities across Ireland and determined which ones are priorities? You've mentioned Dublin.
Dublin, Limerick, Galway. And then there's a hole in the Midlands and there's a hole in the southeast.
So what are you working from? What database are you working from? What research, and what's going to be rolled out?
Sorry?
We should just say about the pilot site. So when they were set up, I guess it was the first time we had brought hepatitis C treatment outside of the hospital. So the purpose of...
Was that?
In 2017.
So it took quite some time to go from the date of the strategy when it was published up to 17 to roll out a community programme.
So there were patients getting the older treatment. So on older treatment, so I suppose the treatment programme has been using the new directly acting antivirals with a new curative treatment that has been up and running since 2015. Prior to that, there was an older treatment that was available, mostly through the hospital setting. Very few patients actually went on that treatment, but some of those patients did get that treatment in drug treatment centres. There were 1 or 2 programmes that ran. There were very small numbers of patients, and the outcomes for those patients weren't great. It wasn't a good course of treatment. So when we set up the pilots for the new recent curative treatments for hepatitis C, those pilots were set up to look at the feasibility, the accessibility, the sustainability and the safety of using those treatments in that setting. So what we've learned in the first 15 months or 16 months of those pilot programmes, where we've commenced 150 patients approximately, is that it is safe, it is feasible, it is acceptable to the people who work in those clinics and to the patients, and the outcomes are the same, if not better, than patients in the hospital setting.
Okay, and I accept that. But we're going from 2017, and the policy, obviously, was to treat the sickest people first. Yeah. But that didn't happen because, as been pointed out already, the budget ran out, and suddenly that went, it was suspended. It was suspended from what I'm reading. So, no, I'm wrong, am I?
Yeah. The sickest patients were treated first. There was a lot of other patients treated as well. I mean, in retrospect...
When the budget ran out, I understood the programme was suspended.
It was suspended.
Yes.
Well, it was paused for new patients. Those patients on treatment continued on treatment. Yes. New patients was paused for about 6 or 8 weeks. So new patients who could possibly have a chronic... were in a chronic illness, weren't getting treatment for that period of time where it was suspended. Exactly. Okay. And we did an exercise at that stage
that's okay. That happened, and that's acknowledged.
It did.
And so for a crucial period of time, people who were very ill weren't getting treatment, new patients, because of the budget problems. Now we have a new problem now that you're saying we've plenty of money, which is good, and that you hope to reach your target well before 2026, which is excellent. But I just don't hear the evidence for that. So maybe you could come back to us and tell us what you are rolling out and it's very welcome news, but what are you basing it on?
Yeah.
That would be good.
Well, we're basing it basically on the opiate substitution therapy figures for where the people who are on methadone are. And we reckon that's where the patients with hepatitis C are distributed around the country. So we have reasonably good data on that. So we're going to roll out through the big OST clinics that have pharmacy on site, and then secondarily into the community pharmacies. So that's where we're basing our figures as how to spread it out.
Okay. And just a number of clarifications in relation to this. Again, your openness is very welcome. Had it happened years ago, we wouldn't be in the position where 54 million and rising has been spent alone. Is it Lindsay and I've forgotten the name of the 2 tribunals? Findlay and Lindsay. And the figure for that? Oh God, I don't want to exaggerate it because it's high enough. 47 million. 47 million for the tribunals. And then we have the compensation scheme and all of the heartbreak and the absolute terrible implications of what happened at 1.5 billion. Why? I see a sentence here that everybody who was infected through the state's responsibility would receive care by 2017. Why was it 17?
Initially, the programme was set up in 2015, and there had to be a set-up of the programme with a call of people into the programme, and people had to come into the programme and take the treatment.
But these were the 1,700 people who were identified as having been infected through state action.
But that would have involved engagement with consultants, their consultants, talking to them about the programme, bringing them on board. It was always envisaged that that wouldn't happen simply in the space of weeks. It would take...
But this goes back to the 90s. Sorry, I'm mixed up.
So the drug that we're talking about,
the specific drug, but they were under treatment before that.
And it's a game changer. Other drugs before that were a lot more. They didn't have the same outcomes, and they had a lot more side effects for people.
No, and I understand that. Yeah. And then, just in relation to the register, so you've a treatment register, a data register. It's a notifiable disease since 2004. So 2 things happened in 2004. There was a register of those infected, the treatment register by the state as a result of the state, and then a separate register in relation to notifiable diseases. Are they merged now, those 2?
So the 2004 legislation, which requires all
notified
hepatitis C to be notified, that's anybody, any diagnosis that takes place. The other
any diagnosis of any
of hepatitis C.
Oh, hepatitis C. Okay.
So the database that I spoke about earlier on, which is a recommendation as in relation to the state-infected patients, it was recommended that a clinical database to measure their progression through their disease would be established. It is based on the patient's consent.
Consent, I saw that. So there's an 80-something% uptake or something.
Yes, so there may be patients who are part of that group of state-infected patients who have also had their notification to the notification of infectious diseases registry. But they're not linked, they're completely separate. They are managed, incidentally, by the Health Protection Surveillance Centre.
Yes.
So the notifications are collated from Departments of Public Health by them. They also manage the database of state-infected patients and produce reports.
There was a specific recommendation, there were only 3 recommendations, I think, from the Controller and Auditor General, and you accepted them except one in relation to setting up a national register because of data protection issues. Can you just clarify where we are in relation to that recommendation and your action?
So it's, I suppose the recommendation was around the linking of the notifiable disease notifications of hepatitis C and linking of that data to the treatment registry. So the treatment registry is a separate entity that the HSE has to track every patient, any patient who has been prescribed these new drugs. So linking of those 2 pieces of information and having a notification of a patient's diagnosis and having that patient then linked to treatment, that data is currently not linked, but we are looking at how those linkages may be.
So do you think it's a reasonable recommendation from the Controller and Auditor General's report, or do you think it's unreasonable? Do you think it's doable? If so, when will it?
I think it would greatly assist us in being able to bring patients from the point of diagnosis and linking them with treatment if we had an interface between those 2 pieces of information. So I definitely think it's part of the bigger picture. There's also other considerations which are to do with surveillance and screening.
Yeah, well, no, I've read it and I understand those, but when do you see yourself overcoming those, or what steps are you taking, or is there a process in place to achieve this?
We've had that recommendation, I suppose, for a couple of months, so we're looking with our colleagues in the Department of Public Health.
If I can,
one last question.
If I can maybe just say what to do. I've spoken to our Head of Public Health on this, fairly recently. I've asked him to look at this with a reasonable degree of urgency, and I would expect a report coming back in the early part of 2019 on how we could do this and what the barriers are. And when I say the early part of 2019, that's within the first quarter of 2019.
Okay, and just one last question with 2 parts, and they're completely different. One will be for you, Mr. Connolly. There's a report referred to in the Controller and Auditor General's report that by the end of 2000, and there'll be a report updating, because the update was up to 2013 in the database. Is that on time?
It is. So we'll
great. So that'll be published before the end. So Mr. Connan, to finish up with this one, and it's a general question in relation to learning, and we've taken an enormous amount of effort in people's lives. Generally, we're sitting here every week worrying, looking at trying to prevent events happening, and then and trying to get our head around liability in terms of, and everybody has a right to go to court, and rightly so. But what leads up to that, the various incidences, coincidentally, we were to talk on the Banlasloe Hospital this afternoon. I understand it's been adjourned to another day, the Portiuncula report that was published earlier this year, and learning from that. And what jumped out was the failure to learn, missed opportunities over and over, besides lack of staff, which I firmly identify, lack of staff, tremendous pressure on staff, but then loss of missing opportunities to learn. And so come back now to the present day. TB is a notifiable disease, is it? Okay. And so now, again, just to finish on this, and it's specific and parochial, but at the same time it has huge implications for learning. So if we have a notifiable disease, as I've been informed in Galway, and the staff have contracted that, and then 2 things, I ask a question in relation to that, and I'm told a review will be carried out in the future. And I'm wondering, how is the review? Because I've read your opening statements, Mr. Connan, and I've read the departments. And so when an event happens, immediately stop, protect people, learn from it, carry out a review. And I get an answer, a review will be carried out. We're November, and my knowledge is that this happened months ago. That's number one. And number two, I asked a question in relation to what reviews generally have been carried out in Galway. And I made it simple in relation to external reviews. Just a simple question, just the cost of them, who carried them out over the last 10 years. And the extraordinary answer I got was, they don't have that information. I wish to advise that following a search for the above requested information, we do not have a system to record the number and cost of all external reviews or investigations of patient care at Galway University Hospital. So, I don't expect you to have an answer for me now, but I'm drawing your attention to it because there's one, no database for the reviews carried out and the cost of that, which leads into litigation. And the other one is the incident in relation to a notifiable disease. And here we are going to have a review in the future. If you could comment, I'd appreciate it. And if you don't have the details, that's fine.
So can I make a general comment and then maybe follow this up with something that's a little bit more specific? I think the points that the Deputy makes about prevention rather than cure are enormously important. I started my working career in a quality control department at a point in time when the fashion was to inspect the product as it came off the end of the line, okay, and reject it because it was either defective or whatever.
We know that because we've sat here every single week. Just specifically what I'm asking.
So prevention is must be at the top of our agenda. Okay, and I think what I need to do is I need to send you something around what we have introduced in 2018 around our incident management framework, because claims and safety issues arise through the incidents that we've got. So the questions are we capturing these? Are we learning from them? And what examples can we provide?
No, I don't want any more documents. I've read so many documents, I really can't go on half the time trying to, as with my colleagues. It's the implementation of this. And I've given two very specific examples where there are huge gaps. So we're learning retrospectively after a huge cost. I mean, 54 million for 2 tribunals, not to mention all the others. And we don't seem to be learning, which is, I think you've made the point, my colleague here earlier on.
So can I give you a specific example of where learning has got cut?
I would love if you come back to me about the 2 specific examples I'm given and come back to me about. I've taken the time, so.
Okay, no, we're tight for time because the Dáil vote will become. Deputy MacSharry, you indicated.
Thanks very much.
We're tight for time, and Deputy Connolly wants a moment.
Welcome, everybody. Yeah, look, I'll be as quick as I can anyway. Just in terms of the 25 million a year, what's it all for? 30, sorry. No, but,
there's 25 and a 30. 25 million is the compensation tribunal awards.
Sorry, yeah, and it's 30 million to run the show.
For drugs. The drug therapy costs 30 million. The budget for the drug therapy to remove infection is 30 million a year. Okay. But people who have been infected with hepatitis C and HIV from the blood supply go to the compensation tribunal, and they're awarded, on average, it's something just below 25 million per annum.
And what are the costs of the tribunal itself then, in terms of?
The 1.18 billion.
No, I know that's the total cost, but in terms of an annual cost, I mean, obviously you've got people in place there legally, administration, all that kind of stuff.
So I can give you a breakdown as between the costs of the compensation and the legal fees and the administrative costs. We have that in. This is the report.
And over the period of 20 years, just while somebody is digging that out for you, have we streamlined the process? Have we been able to reduce costs in terms of administration or legal costs, or has it been a one-way trajectory up?
I think both of those are the case, but I would say that the tribunal does operate independent of the department, so I don't engage with them on trying to reduce their administrative costs, for example. There's a chair of the tribunal in place, and they manage a very effective and efficient operation. But
and does anybody have any role in kind of overseeing that in terms to ensure that everything
we make the payment, so I'm not trying to avoid the fact that the...
No, I understand. I get you're not responsible as the CNAG. Have any role there?
Audited then, true.
I have some. I think there is a breakdown of the cumulative spend in the accounts.
I read that, and I won't hold you up just going through that.
So,
but what I'm interested to know is, do you audit it?
Oh yes.
Oh, yes. You do.
Yeah,
right.
And it's.
And have the costs gone up or?
No. I think in the schedule we've given the costs have come down.
So they're pretty static. Does it come down in terms of efficiencies, or obviously a diminishing number of
diminishing
claimants?
Scale, I would imagine.
Okay, but in terms of the costs legally and administration, have they gone up, or have they been static, or have they
I don't have that level of detail here, but.
Crash that there was a process to try and moderate legal costs, and I think the tribunal, in line with other bodies, moved to...
One other tribunals that went down a bit, but then didn't certain heads of tribunals ask that they be increased, and was this one of them?
I don't believe so, no.
It did go down. There was an agreement that we'd cut them all, but then kind of individual tribunals were saying, yeah, but we need more money here, and then that was acceded to, wasn't it, in some instances? But I was just wondering, was this one...
I think we'd have to look into
No,
that.
it'd just be, I think it'd be good practice when something is going on so long and will continue to go on. Just where are we on the legal, the legal side of the spend there?
I can give you a breakdown of the overall spend in 2017.
Yeah, okay, just very quick.
So 21.8 million in total, and of that, the tribunal awards are 14.6 million. But you have to add 3 million for reparation payments. Every award gets a 20% top up on reparation.
So 17, 18 million really.
Yeah, and then there was 3.7 million in legal costs. That would be for the claimants, their legal costs. 242,000 for the fees of the tribunal chair and the members, and administrative costs of 207,000.
Okay. So that doesn't sound prohibitive, that's fine. Can I just mention one thing, and I know we were to focus on HPV today, Chairman, but I just want to ask Mr. Connolly when he's here, because it's come up and it's not unrelated. When I'd asked you a few times before about when we settle claims without admission of liability, we established here before that we don't have a mandatory monitoring or retraining period for whatever health professionals were associated with that. I've asked the State Claims Agency as well. They seem to be agnostic on it, and we kind of toed and froed a little bit, but the bottom line was we don't have a process, and we were kind of dependent on the regulatory bodies and all that kind of stuff. Bottom line, there's nothing. So just can you update me on that? Have we made any moves in that direction?
So we're giving some thought to that, and I think that exchange must be about 4 months or so ago since we had that. I'm going to turn to Dr. Henry, because we've had some decisions made on that very recently.
Thank you, Deputy MacSharry. You're quite correct. We don't have a specific dedicated service, and the NHS do. It's called NCAS, and the NCAS was established in recognition to the fact that the approach of regulation is very binary. You're referred, and you're either found guilty of whatever it is or not, and found either fit to practice or not. And the focus of NCAS, and it is relevant to us, I promise you, is that they focus on remediation, on approaches that can be made short of censuring a doctor. And that approach in the UK has been quite successful in terms of re-educating or retraining doctors on whatever deficits were identified, and returning them into the delivery system, bearing in mind the huge recruitment difficulties we have. So we have very recently, we have a arrangement with NCAS where we use their services on a regular basis for a small number of cases, but we're now going to enter a more substantive agreement with them to allow for a dedicated Irish phone line assessment service and remediation where appropriate, in recognition of the fact that their service is up and running for many years and has developed skills and expertise that will take.
Will it be opt-in or mandatory if somebody is associated with the
Well,
case?
the referral for, not surprisingly, most people will consider it mandatory, because the alternative is a regulatory hearing at a medical council level.
But so, even where it's a case that we've settled without admission of liability, you know the point I'm making, I think.
Yes, I do, Deputy, and I would say the discussion depends on each individual case, and it would take place at a hospital level with between the clinical director and the clinician concerned, and at that level is where it should happen, and the referral would be from a hospital or a community healthcare organisation to this service, which would be, in my view, and the view of many people, much more fruitful and productive than a more stark direct referral to the medical council, which, after all, will make a judgment based on fitness to practice.
Okay. Could you send us a note on that?
Yes, we can.
Just because I think, look, it's going to be good practice if we are going to have some kind of mandatory follow-up, even if there isn't liability from an individual or group of individuals. When there's a settlement in the tribunal, Are there confidentiality agreements signed by the claimants?
In the tribunal, it's all confidential, so nobody knows the name.
No, I'm not interested in knowing the names of the people. I'm asking that if I'm a claimant and I go through the tribunal and I get my award and reparation, do I have to sign a confidentiality agreement in terms of the outcome?
I'm not aware that that would, no.
Yeah, I'm interested to get the answer to that question if possible, and if the answer is yes.
If you wanted to come out and say, I've got an award and it's 500,000, I don't think, Michelle, there's any issue there. But it's very much, the tribunal will never say that you've even been before.
No, I'm not interested in the tribunal. I'm interested in the individuals. Are individuals forced in any way? Because we've come across this before.
Don't forget, Deputy, this is no fault. This is, you don't have to go before here and prove negligence. This is, once you have received the product and you have the disease, then you're entitled to the compensation. So, no, that doesn't apply.
Okay, just one of the things in your opening statement, Mr. Connolly, that you mentioned, you talked about rapid risk assessment, and it sounds great, but you know, in practical terms, what does that really mean? You know, I mean, if it was, how does it manage on the 6th of January when there's 600 trolleys and people are sick?
So this is the root of this is in our incident management framework launched in 2018. Okay, and when we say rapid, we mean immediate. It's not optional; it's a requirement in the framework. Okay, we made that quite clear. So certain things need to happen within the first 24 hours, and certain things need to happen within the first week. First 24 hours is a rapid assessment. There is guidance, which is that incident management framework, which is available. We've had a number of people trained in this now. I think over 1,200 or so staff have been trained.
In each acute hospital, or a number in each acute hospital?
A number in each acute hospital, plus a number in each ancillary service, including CHOs.
And in terms of the whole Hep C thing, is there a kind of an individual programme manager, for want of another description, in each acute hospital?
I had, Deputy, just to explain, this framework here, which is now for all our delivery care organisations, forms part of their performance management. The RCSI hospital group, for example, they look at all incidents reported, and it feeds into their own quality performance, which they choose to publish, not just the instance of the complaints. If you look at the whole volume, most of them pertain at a lower level to and not taking away from the seriousness of falls, right up to a more serious level. But in terms of how hospital groups and CHOs deal with these, they're recorded through what's called the NIMS system, hosted by the State Claims Agency, and the reports that are fed through go through to their hospital boards and to their hospital group executives.
So, just one other thing, Deputy, on this. The question is the framework looking to be effective, and can we see some changes in this? So, if I take a look at serious reportable events under this framework, of which the top two are pressure ulcers and falls and trips. If I take the pressure ulcer as an example, a learning from that in South West Group shows for the latest data that we have a 67.5% reduction in the most serious type of pressure ulcers, and that actually is exceptionally good news feeding through from this.
Okay, I give my random time to Deputy O'Connell again.
And before people leave, we're back at 2:30 to discuss the periodic report in private session. 2:30. Yeah, that's fine. Thanks, Deputy O'Connell.
Thanks. I suppose in light of all that's been discussed this morning, so I just want to make sure I haven't got it wrong. We don't actually know how many people have hepatitis. We don't actually know how many more people are entering, as in new cases. So we don't actually know if we're running to stand still. There is no database, but there are data sharing issues, which you hope to have dealt with by the first quarter of 2019. As one of my colleagues said, this has gone on since 2004, and it appears to me as though nothing really happened truly until 2017. And just to reference the Eastern Health Board report that was never published, and I understand that it fed into the national strategy, but I found a graph somewhere last night, I can't find it now, but the highest level of cases is in the eastern region, the old health board. So that would be very useful, that data still, I'd imagine. The strategy from 2011 to 2014, to my mind, is out of date because it's before the drug came on. So I don't see any point why it can't be updated. There's no annual targets, and there was a comment made about accountancy and clinicians, but it all comes down to money at the end of the day, because when the money runs out. And just to reference, a clinical decision was made in the frame of accountancy when things were stopped in mid-2017. So the two do go hand in hand. I do welcome the move to community, and it is in line with Sláintecare, but I don't really think there's much of a connection there apart from it's a good idea. And there's no guidelines published until 2017 when the pilots started. And then there was another issue in the report, and I'm not sure if someone brought it up when I was outside, but the treatment centres did not notify the National Treatment Registry. I think it was 2017. What was that breakdown in communication? Because if the drugs, what they do, the drugs cost so much, and if the doctors prescribing them are, for whatever reason, paperwork or not having to notify that they've started person X on it, well, it doesn't seem possible how we'd audit outcomes if the centres weren't actually telling us how many people that started. And I just see it as, I'm concerned at this whole process, and while I can see that obviously moves are being made in the last year, and we've hopes for early 2019, I would be very concerned if this sort of approach was taken to cervical check to the future. Thanks.
Thanks. So we'll ask Mr. Connaughton to add. I know the deputy might have to leave in a moment or two for the vote, but I just advise you'll get it on the transcript. We'll get the answer if you've left the room. Okay. So look, we're going to be back here at 2:30. I'll finish off here the next 2 minutes, and if I may, yeah.
Point, if there's no confidentiality clause, it's amazing, because in relation to the redress board, all of those applicants who went forward, it's actually an offence for their legal team, or indeed for themselves, to disclose what they got. So I never accepted that, but it's interesting, that's what's there. It's actually an offence to disclose.
Well, let me confirm.
No, we need it, that's my point.
Let me check
I need
that.
you to
No,
verify.
I hope you're correct.
I will check that.
I hope you're correct. I hope it hasn't been repeated, what was done to those who went forward under the redress board. I just hope you're correct.
Can I just ask a very quick question? When people go on the treatment, is it an ongoing treatment, or is it a cure, or is it a range? It's a cure. Right.
8 to 12 weeks.
So it's an investment then.
They have to blood, 3 months.
3 months.
And then they have the blood test done 3 months later, and if it's clear at that stage, it's gone. They can be reinfected, but it's gone.
Okay, we'll ask you to put the answers on the record, even if the members are gone. It'll be on the record. We'll get
just very quickly, Chair, and I think we know what the Deputy says. The one thing I wanted to say is that I think the Deputy may have a good point about where the strategy is, and our 2011 to 2014 strategy. Okay, we're heading into 2019. Okay, and if I could say, maybe we need to think again about where we now go, because the comments we've got about what do we want to do and how do we get there for 2026, I think are well made.
Right. Just, well, remember, I have a few final questions now to put, and the Deputy will see later. Just one or two straightforward questions. From the state infected blood products, how many people died? Did many people die? I don't know. I'm just asking an open question.
We have estimates which are collated through the database that we set up in 2004. So again, the latest publication will come by the end of this year. There are in the region of about 400 patients, I believe, who've died from the original number. There are currently around about 1,380 people, because they also get a Health Amendment Act card, so they have special access to services. So we have about 1,380 people who are living at the moment and accessing services. Okay, so in connection with the compensation or the tribunal, did their cases go? Was a compensation to the family? I'm asking just.
Where there's a debt.
Yeah.
Where there's a debt, if you're a dependent, you can enter a claim.
So with most of those people next to kin.
Yeah.
event.
It's as
So
defined.
would that have been a large portion of the cost of the tribunal, or do you know, like what was the terms of reference? in
It's a
terms of
significant
compensation?
portion, and it will be a growing portion because the primary claimants will reduce. We're going to have a hepatitis C tribunal for many years yet, because when the last person who got hepatitis C or HIV through the blood supply dies, their next of kin will enter claims. So,
why don't they enter a claim for compensation in the meantime?
so you can enter a claim for, so the primary claimant would be able to say they're not able to work as a result of this, and that the family's income is affected, and that will be dealt with in the first claim. But the actual loss of the person when they pass away is also an event.
That's a secondary.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're probably smaller in terms of money a person.
They're smaller in terms of the amounts, but the volume will be bigger, and eventually that will be what will be the payout as this closes, and it's a long time to close yet, will be for secondary claimants. They will be the last people to be paid, and increasingly as we go on, they will be. Most of the claims will be for, most of the payouts will be for those categories.
So all the primary claims will be in by now?
Well, we have some primary claims still before the tribunal.
But they're all with the tribunal?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's no new claim.
You wouldn't
So
think
many are still with the tribunal? How many cases are still with the tribunal?
I had the figures there of
primary claims?
450. And just to
and how
note,
many of
though,
those are primary versus?
Yeah. So at the moment, on hand is 75 primary claimants out of 455.
The rest are family.
Yeah, but just to note that the primary claimant, that 75 figure, if you got it a provisional award, you could come back subsequently. So that's not a static number.
So can you send us just information on the breakdown of the 75?
Yeah, we'd agree.
How many are first claims or how many are subsequent claims?
Yeah, and we'd agreed.
And is there a template? There must be a template then.
Sorry, I actually have 47 of the 75 are an initial claim, and 25 are for further compensation. So that would be.
And how long are they with? When was the first initial claim lodged?
The very first claim.
No, when was the last of the initial claims lodged?
It depends. I mean, some people are
No, there's a date, there's a year.
I don't know, but
Okay.
I do know that we would have people coming to us for services who've been newly diagnosed, and the connection between their diagnosis and their receipt of a blood transfusion may have only been confirmed.
Even this year?
Absolutely. There
Okay,
are still new patients
potentially
being
some new
identified.
first claimants.
Very small
Potentially,
numbers, but there are
the
still.
numbers are small, obviously, at this stage.
And the ability to come back if there's a provisional award is around if the trajectory of the illness wasn't known at the time, you'd make a provisional award, and then the person come back if they get cirrhosis of the liver or they get further damage.
Right. So, and still, the tribunal has governed the cost of the tribunals is 25 million, and how much of that is the cost of the tribunal versus the cost of the compensation?
I gave that just a moment
sorry,
ago.
I missed it there,
So out of a total of, I was using rough figures, but in
Per annum.
2017 it was 21.88 million was the total, 21.8. And the awards are made up of two bits, 14.6 million for the main awards and 3 million for reparation fund payments. They're a 20% increase on the award.
So what's the total of the payouts
The
then?
total there is 17.6 out of 21.8.
So 15% goes for the process handling the tribunal.
The other breakdown, and the next biggest, is the legal costs of the awards. That's at 3.7 million.
You might send that on to us.
Yes.
Claimants awards.
And claimants' costs are included as
Exactly. The 3.7 are the legal costs attaching to the claimants.
well. Okay, so you can send us a briefing note,
Yeah.
just that information you have. Somebody mentioned you have some new machines for liver tests. Just in passing, explain that.
Yeah, that's the FibroScan. We used to do biopsies to figure out whether fibrosis or cirrhosis.
Right.
But this is basically an ultrasound scan. You put it on the side, and it basically gives a little knock on the side, and the speed of transmission of that wave through the liver is directly related to how stiff the liver is, and that's directly related to how much fibrosis there is. So it can tell you definitely if your liver is normal, definitely if you're cirrhotic, and then if you have some degree of fibrosis in the meantime. So it gives you a number.
And how many locations that machine based?
It's in all the treatment locations, and there are 2
all the
mobile
hospital
ones.
and the community?
No, all the hospitals have them. Okay. There are 2 mobile scans, and we're in procurement process at the moment for 2 more mobile scans. And now that the department is behind us, we'll hopefully, I think we need about 6 or 8 to go around the country.
Just for hepatitis C?
Just for hepatitis C, yeah. Because
and could similar machines be used for liver tests?
Oh, they can.
For other?
They can. They can be used for hepatitis B, they can be used for alcoholic liver disease, for fatty liver disease. They're very versatile machines, but they proof of principle to be used for hepatitis C, and specifically to decide on treatment, depending on how much scarring there was in the liver.
Okay, that's fine. Next question. I noticed from the charts you gave us, the number of males presenting now is much higher than females. So approximately, how is that ratio working out now, approximately?
Again, the report that we're going to send in to you, which is recently published by the HPSC, which is an epidemiological report.
Yeah, that's the one I'm looking at, yeah.
You have that, yeah.
So just to put it on the record, because people don't know what you and I are looking at, you tell me the figures on the record.
Okay, and that's it. Okay, so
I know it's not exactly there, the kind of bar charts, but
okay,
it seems to be 75,
so,
nearly 3 to 1, is it?
Yes, so for 2017, of 620 notifications of hepatitis C in 2017, approximately 3/4, which is 448 of these notifications were male,
right.
And 171 were female.
And just looking at the chart, I have just a chart in front of me, and you might send the figures to her in numerical form if you seem to have them there as well. It looks as if the number of females presenting is declining. The number of males are reasonably static over the last 5 years. Looking just at the chart, reasonably static. Yeah, reason. You send us the figures, yeah.
We can send the figures,
It doesn't seem. Now, the one, I turned the page on page 6 of that report, and I see you have a chart giving a breakdown subsequent, chart number 6 on page 8, but I come back to page 6 of that report, and you talk about the different groups that presented. So you said other reported risk factors include tattooing or body piercing, 9 people. So you're saying 9 people got hepatitis C based on this survey, based on tattooing and body piercing in Ireland. That's a new.
I think
I know there might be none born in Ireland.
That was the only risk factor identified.
Yeah.
You can't say that they got it from that, but there's a risk of risk factors that you take.
Yeah.
You know, intravenous drug abuse, blood transfusion,
That's the one you
tattooing,
take.
and that's the one they have. Whether they got it through that or not is another question.
The patient will, through the risk assessment with each individual patient, will
Right.
identify their risk
It
factor.
appears as if 9 people may have got it from body piercing.
May have.
Yeah,
And,
absolutely. Okay, I just spotted that, right? But that debate has gone on in the Oireachtas here recently. Mr. President, your opening statement, right? Just want to have just a few quick questions. Just want to read one paragraph there on top of page 2. In the years since these infections were discovered, a wide range of action has been taken based on the recommendations of the Finlay and Lindsay tribunals to assure the safety of the blood supply. That probably encapsulates where I would see the problem here, the lack of learning. A problem arises, you examine the problem to make sure that problem doesn't reoccur, whereas I would have liked to have seen from those, what happened in the blood supply, wider lessons to be learned. That's actually really the undercurrent of today's meeting and subsequent meeting. An issue arises, you investigate that, you take immediate action and you prevent it reoccurring. But it's utterly divorced from everything else. I'm just saying, I don't get and just let me follow through your train of thought. I don't get the connection. And then, in relation to the meeting here earlier in the year, I think on the 5th of July, when the HSE were in, we asked a series of questions, and we got a reply back from you dated the 16th of August 2018, and we read it into the record today. A note, because we had the State Claims Agency in here the other day, and we asked, is it possible there are clinicians out there who are involved in multiple cases and nobody seems to be aware of it? and they actually made the point that if a clinician is listed in some of the legal proceedings, the State Claims Agency writes back to them and say, you don't need to include the name of the clinician because the enterprise is defending the case. So, to me, the system is geared, from what I'm seeing so far, the system is geared not to identify cases where learning needs to be learned, right? And that letter, the letter we received from you, rising from your last meeting from the HSE, said, we asked for a note on the introduction of mandatory system of retraining and supervision following legal settlements without admission of liability. Response from the HSE. There is no mandatory retraining and supervision following legal settlements without admission of liability, although retraining and supervision takes place. Then there's a few paragraphs about, you talk with the claims agency, you look at the trend from the State Claims Agency. That's not after the horse is bolted. That's after the horse is dead and buried. You know, you're looking back at the cause of the problem. The identification of these should be within the HSE, not from your insurance company at the end of it who's writing the cheque. That's possibly years after the event. And it does say, Mr Henry, the last line in that reply says, the Office of the Interim Chief Clinical Officer in the HSE will have the ultimate responsibility for implementing any necessary retraining and supervision of medical practitioners. And we're told the State Claims Agency sends a report back to each of the institutions. You should look at, they're landing all over the place. Whose job is it to identify this? Because the State Claims Agency aren't collecting it, and this report says, of course, they can be brought to their medical counsel. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about, you know, that's the final stage if somebody's not fit to be a doctor, you know, or whatever the case is. That's not solving the problem where some people's practice mightn't be up to scratch. They could give a very few cases of where action has been taken, the State Claims Agency. And that's actually why we're here, because this bill is increasing every year, the medical negligence bill, which the taxpayer has to pay, which means less money for everything else you want to do, because it comes straight out of your vote every single year. And we don't get any feeling here. These figures have gone up every single year, I say, in the last 10 years and from before that. We don't get any indication that anybody's really worried about it. You know, and I'm saying it to yourself, the figure just claims, and there's a divorce, you know, a demarcation line between the HSE, and we got this here in previous years. Once a case comes in and it goes to the HSE is out of it. Just tell us what the cheque is at the end of the quarter. Do we owe you 90 million or 95 million? And we send off the cheque. And I actually think that absolute demarcation is not helping the learning process, because people wait until the State Claims Agency. The HSE shouldn't have to learn anything from the State Claims Agency. The problems happened within the HSE to start with. And you shouldn't need the outcome of a court case a couple of years on to go back and learn a lesson for people who have retired. You get where we're coming at. We just feel this bill is just mounting and mounting and mounting, and we don't see anybody. Nobody has it. I'll just finish the point because it's all on that theme. And then I just wanted to, Mr. Connaughton's remarks in relation to your opening statement. You say the HSE has also recently established a project team to develop a mechanism so that learning from local reviews can be considered. You might give us details of that and send it on to us. And then you go on and say, since 2013, the HSE has undertaken an annual review of completed incidents reports. Now, are they published, or have we seen them? Or, like, who, in other words, who, when they come in to work first thing every Monday morning, saying, I've got to reduce medical negligence in this organisation? Because every case, apart from the problem from the patients, it means you have less budgets the next time. You get the general gist of where we're coming at.
I think you make.
And I've made a lot of comments there.
I know you did. Do you want Mr. Breslin to take the...
Yeah, just an observation.
So a couple of things I'd ask, and Colin, in response to Deputy MacSharry, talked about some of the specifics around the particular point you've made, but the overall point, and if I start with, well, the blood service, things went wrong, what did you learn? Both are not incompatible. Finlay and Lindsay Tribunal identified a range of very specific quality control issues within the blood service and it was vitally important that we re-establish confidence in the Irish Blood Service, and a whole programme of work has been put in place that puts that service on a quality assured basis internationally and keeps it there, and that's important. But what you've said is absolutely correct. These were defining moments for the Irish Health Service. The events that happened in the Blood Service and the consequences of those were absolutely defining. All health services internationally are dealing with the importance of preventing issues and patient safety as a core challenge as the complexity of the service has increased over the years. And we have set about at both the policy level and with the HSE operationally to try and move that agenda forward. There's nobody sitting here on this side who's saying the agenda is over. All of us are advocates for patient safety. We're as strong advocates as there is to have for patient safety because we know the importance of it. So some of the things that have been done since then, for example, the establishment of HICWA, the Mental Health Commission, to put people in who aren't in the operating line, aren't in the hierarchical structure, that will go in and examine services and see how are they operating.
There are many reports of HICWA done. A minister has to commission a HICWA report into a hospital. HICWA don't inspect hospitals on a daily basis, because if they did, they'd probably close them all down.
Well, they do. No, they do, and they have the ability to do that, and they can go in and inspect. They've set a standard the Minister has approved, which is national standards for safer, better healthcare. And they can go into a hospital and say, we want to examine you under this standard, whether it's infection control or targeted
on a
inspection.
thematic basis.
So that is an important piece of it. We've put in place the National Patient Safety Office, and we have both a surveillance and a legislative programme, and you're aware from our previous engagements of the legislation that's underway in that area. The HSE has put in place Quality and Patient Safety Directorate, but very much at the provider level a focus on this. Minister Conahan has talked about the Serious Incident Management protocol. We also have, we started this with maternity hospitals publishing on a monthly basis a monthly patient safety statement. So this is the safety within our hospital. These are the risks. These are how we manage them. And now all hospitals are doing that. The other learning, I think, and there's lots of learning, but another piece of learning that I think comes from the blood service is the need for patient involvement and patient advocacy. So I talked about how the haemophilia and hepatitis C community have come into actually the design of the service, and that's a critical piece of how we need to operate as a health service in general. We are in the coming weeks going to award a national patient advocacy service, because one of the things is when something goes wrong, people lose trust in the health service, and they need somebody to work with them on finding the answers to the questions that they need. And we're going to put in a national patient advocacy service who are skilled people, understand the health service but aren't employees of the health service, to work with people in that situation. So I'm not sitting here saying to you patient safety is cracked in Ireland. It's not cracked in any healthcare system. We have to do day and daily work to try and improve on this. We also have to improve our processes around mediation and engagement with people when things go wrong. I was up in Northern Ireland 3 or 4 weeks ago for a conference with colleagues up there. They spend 117 million on medical negligence, and they have every single issue that we have here, and we're going to work together on them. And Colin has talked about England and the work that they've done. They've particularly done a lot of work on mediation, so we can learn from others, but we have done a lot in this space.
Yeah. Mr. Colin Henry, just
Thank you, Deputy. Just add, in the hearing 2 weeks ago, we learned a lot from the State Claims Agency in terms of the claims are steady, but the amounts are going up. And we heard from them also that this is just but one element of quality, whether it's of doctors or services themselves, that there are some services that are more complex and more prone to claims than others, one being obstetrics, and half of about all claims pertain to catastrophic birth injuries, which sometimes the consequences of which don't become apparent sometimes for many years. So there's lots of learning going on, I can assure the Deputy. One of the things the National Women and Infants Health Programme are introducing is looking at proxies for catastrophic birth injury. That is doing immediate instant reports on neonates where there's cooling, which takes place where there's hypoxia, and also any perinatal events. So absolutely, we want to learn. We don't want to wait for claims to come through 4 years down the line when cerebral palsy becomes evident. We want to learn from the at-risk cases as they happen and to apply that learning to all 19 maternity units in their safety statements and through the measurements we provide them through what we call the IMIS, which is a quality report we give to all 19 units. So absolutely there is learning.
Okay, I'm just concluding now. What I'd say to yourself is, you get the point. I'm not just talking about in this all since I'm here. I was on the PAC in the last committee as well, and I got the feel from the HSE, once it's gone to the same claims agency, they're dealing with it. And I actually feel that demarcation line is a bit too strong, if you know what I mean. I think there needs to be a little more collaboration and earlier learning and whatever. And I know about the costs, we know about mediation, we know all that, but I'm just saying we're back to prevention and learning. That's the best way of reducing it.
I think that's where, and
we haven't got a sense of that yet at this point.
But I will, in fairness to the State Claims Agency, they could have taken a very narrow view of their role, which is about legal management of claims. They've put in the National Incident Management System to get upstream for when something goes wrong, to learn from that immediately rather than wait for the claim to be lodged. There's a lot of work to do on the part of the HSE on risk management and patient safety, and the claims that are lodged are one element of that, but actually it's a bigger piece of the jigsaw that needs to be done.
Okay.
There's a statistic which will probably cause you to take an intake of breath. There's a statistics which the OECD has done, which is that 15% of hospital expenditure, not in Ireland, internationally, goes on correcting preventable errors or infections people catch in hospital. 15% of all expenditure.
I read the figure that in parts of the United States is 25%. Okay, one last comment, and you can understand me saying this. We're here today on a case the Deputy Connolly said, and one of the reasons we're here today specifically on this, even though it's substantially historic, was the late Bridget McCall. It's only a week or two ago, in recent weeks, we were here in relation to Una Vic Mahuna and so forth. And the public see a connection. The public see a connection. Something happened, medical negligence, the state had a responsibility, you know, many years ago, 15 years ago, and it resulted in a tribunal and compensation of $1.5 billion. Rightly so, was due to the people who were affected. And we moved the clock on 15 years later, and it looks as if we're starting the exact same role again, and all our successors who are here in 15 years' time will talk about the cost of that. And I'm worried that there will be some other case will come up and the wheels start turning again. And that's the broader learning. Every time there's a problem, you try and solve the problem. Now, you can't foresee everything in the future, but people will feel, you know, here we go again. You might just make an observation. You can understand people feeling they're not totally disconnected, the issues, even though medically they are, but you get the point.
Yeah, so there are differences, and there are substantial differences in infecting people through the blood supply at a time when you knew that the issue was live and present. But the overall challenge and comment is exactly correct. The patient safety culture within healthcare has to be with patients at the centre of that. And we have lots of other things that we need to do, but that has to be the primary focus of all practitioners within health services. And we need to build systems and intelligence that support people to make a safe decision as they go about their duties, and spots things before they become a problem. So this is, like the scale of this is, for example, we have 3.3 million outpatient attendances every year. We have 1.3 million attend emergency departments. We have 1.6 million people who are admitted to hospital. We have 20 million GP attendances. It's not enough to get 99% of those right. You know, getting 1% wrong has huge implications. So that's the culture that we need to have, and it will have to take a lot of work, not just with the health service, but with bringing the community with us to try and break down the old-fashioned doctor knows best into one that brings a partnership with patients.
Okay. I think at this stage we have concluded our business today, and I want to thank the witnesses from the Department of Health, HSE, and for all the material provided, and we look forward to receiving the documentation we referred to during the course of the meeting, and I want to thank the CNAG staff. Our next public meeting is on Thursday next, when we'll be meeting with the Department of Employment Affairs and Social Protection in relation to Vote 37 and Chapter 11, 12, 13, 14 and 20 and the 2017 Social Insurance Fund. We are now suspending until 2:30 when we will meet in private session. Thank you very much.